Hello, hello, parser people!
I am now unmuted. Hello, parser people. We have got we've got a game to play. It is Text Adventure Tuesday. We've been playing other kinds of games. JRAM, have you actually watched any of the other games that we've played?
I have been a terrible friend and co-host and must confess that I did not. However, next time you are on, yeah, we're gonna jam on some fucking Necroscope, dude.
Yeah.
Damn
Awesome.
you, my celebrity crush on Jeff Vogel.
It's like I have thought about this a lot because like I don't know, he's very old man yells at cloud when it comes to let's switch screens, let people know that we're kind of here. Sometime this week we will figure out how to get captions working on your screen so that we can actually have live captions because I really enjoy it.
I cannot wait to see what that AI does with my mush mouth.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes some choices. I've been a tax auditor for Tuesdays. I've been a lot of things, but it's pretty good. But we are finishing up The Weight of a Soul. We are finishing it tonight.
Tonight. It has to happen.
So why don't while I get gameplay up, why don't you tell me where we're at in this game?
You cannot see the expression that I am making at you right now, but it is one of vindictiveness. We are Marid, a intrepid physician's assistant who has been confronted with what looks to be a combination murder mystery and deadly plague. What came first, the murders or the plague? We don't know. There's also a dreamboat doctor love interest, and we are, I believe, right now sleuthing down the family of the first victim of the plague in the goblin slums. I do not like that word. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah. It as I pull up the IFDB so I have the map so I can say exactly what part of town it is. Map of the Channel Works District. It is Lower Riggertown and the Shanty Quarter. We got back. Guess what? There's knocking on the door.
Uh,
Yeah, let's ignore it.
I mean, we're trying to play a good girl this run, if I recall correctly, but
Hey, good girls can absolutely be sleepy and not want to answer a door.
true. Yeah, no, just spam one, see what happens.
The knocking continues. We don't even get any kind of like sweet little additional text, as it were.
I want a reward for being a sleepy girl. All right, fine, answer the fucking door.
Give me 1 30-second while I spam a bunch of Discord channels. Doot. Answer the door. You clamber out of bed, pull your jacket close, and shuffle up to the door. Are we looking through the peephole? Are we asking if it's Horatio?
I mean, we know it's gotta be Horatio, right?
I mean,
Let's look through the people. Better safe
right.
than sorry.
Look through the peephole. That's odd. You can't make out anything. All you can see is a misty gray.
Okay, so clearly nobody's there. We can go back to bed. This is why the choices in this game invalidated everything glowing we were saying about the ability to shape the world to your interests. Bah. All right, we'll call out, I guess.
Are we gonna sue? See, you think the love interest is the doctor. I'm just like, but Horatio.
No, Horatio was in a bromance with our mentor.
I guess. Let me just double check. All right, cool. All right, who's there? There is no response. Horatio? There is no response. Hello? There is no response, and your door handle explodes outwards, sending sawdust flying, and a claw reaches up and rips the wood out of its housing like so many teeth. Hello? The assassin whispers. She draws her sword and kicks in the remaining pieces of your door. Beneath her hood, she's smiling, grinning a rictus grin. Or maybe her mouth is fixed that way. You've been in a lot of trouble, you know. Asking dangerous questions, getting dangerous answers. You back away slowly. What are we doing? We have a prompt.
Well, first of all, let's go ahead. I get the sense that we're gonna die. Probably at least a couple of times. So let's save to make sure we don't have to go through the whole sequence with the knocking again.
All right. We can
and
save.
Then I guess run like shit?
Run. You have to say which compass direction to go in. The assassin walks towards you, calmly, unhurriedly. Out?
So, I imagine this is almost certainly on a move timer. I am a believer in undo, even if you are not. Although, fun fact, if you want to game the system of mood timers for that penalize you for the look action, you can type verbose, and which switches on the long form room descriptions. It does not cost you a motion, my friend.
Interesting. I actually always play in verbose, to be fair, because I always forget where I am.
Oh, absolutely. No, it
drives me nuts in like really, really old games where they don't have verbose mode, and it's just like, yes, Eastern Road.
But how am I supposed to know where I am? I guess that's when people who played computer games' attention spans weren't rotted by the internet. My point is that typing verbose on and off will not cost you a move. But this digression has already gone too long. Can we try out?
Out?
I don't see why
but
not.
How?
Farts. Well, shit.
You weren't my first choice, you know. She giggles. At first, we thought killing the doctor would be the end of it.
North?
Okay, you wanna run? Because I'm kind of like cut with the scalpel.
I mean, we can certainly give it a shot.
Okay, nope. I only understood you as far as wanting to cut the note with Zwaro as address. Let's try.
We could try to cut assassin, yeah.
Assassin with scalpel. Hit. Oh my gosh. Okay, do you remember? This might be a weird poll and just, you know, being an actual 12-year-old boy as opposed to the fact that you're also a 12-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Do you remember a game that had an ad where the ad was, "We put the ass in assassin"?
I am sorry?
Oh my gosh. It was...
I mean,
it was actually like a solid like third-person action game. But they're... Anyway.
I remember a lot of pay-to-play "come hither, my lord," like sexy banner ads, but not an ass and assassin. That actually might have gotten a click out of me.
Oh no, this was before internet ads. This was a double truck. I will send it to you. It is a beautiful ad. It was a double truck magazine ad.
Delightful.
Okay, finally got it to understand what I was trying to do. When I went with hit assassin, you doubt that would end well for you. But then you came. She runs a lazy claw along her sword, so spunky, so quiet and determined.
Is this game trying to get me to ship the assassin with our protagonist? Because I'm not hating it.
You're asking the wrong person.
All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So what is it? North? The only exit is out the window to the east.
Oh, well, jump out the fucking window then.
Yeah, all right. He's head over heels for you, you know. The assassin taps the tip of her blade. He wouldn't let me lay a finger on you.
Oh, for God's sake.
So I decided to take things into my own hands. Also, thank you for everybody who's been following us. It does make me really happy to see, like, random, this person followed you, this person followed you. Definitely say hi in chat if you do follow us while we're streaming. We're human beings. We deserve to be loved just like anyone else does. Boo.
My favorite kind of podcast or any kind of stream interactive medium like this is the one where you get the sense that it really is two friends just kind of bullshitting and talking about something that they're interested in. Because when you're really interested in something and you can talk about it in a way that lets other people see how it is interesting, that's the good shit right there. That said, though, also, like, it doesn't happen without, chemistry of just regular buddies talking about the stuff they're nerdy about. So thank you, all of our dozens and dozens of followers, for validating that we are saying interesting things as well as making dick and fart jokes.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the main point of this is so that we get to play very good games together.
And dick and fart jokes.
And dick and fart jokes. All right, let's jump out the window.
Yeah.
You take a step back. Another. Your heel scrapes against the bed frame. You're only going to get one chance at this. The assassin cocks her head. So then, you kick off and jump. The wind slams into you, howling around you, clawing at your hair as you fall and fall and fall and land clumsily on the black tile. We're on a rooftop. You roll, twist, force yourself into a run. Your knees are aching. The air is freezing, stinging your cheeks. Your boots dislodge old and broken tiles, sending them hurtling off the roof into the mist below. A balcony lies to the east. Behind you is a clattering, a shrieking that is not human. I mean, I guess east.
Let's try to grab one of those tiles.
Get tile. This is not the time.
Well, shit. I don't know.
It's a noun. Let me get it.
All right. I guess we'll hop on that balcony.
Yeah, east. We're on a railing. You scramble over the railing and tumble, panting across the rotting woodwork. The balustrade shudders with your footfalls, tears away as you frantically grasp for purchase. Behind you, a terrible bulk splinters the flooring and catches up to you with dreadful certainty. South, you glimpse a doorway.
Run!
South. We're in a black gallery. The hall is thick with ash. Moonlight lances through shattered walls. You run blindly through unlit passages, fumbling, your lungs burning as claws rip through the timber and plaster behind you. There is no escape except to the south. The hall is thick with smoke. Moonlight lances through scorched walls. You run blindly through burning passages, fumbling, your lungs melting as flames rip through the timber and plaster behind you. There is no escape except to the south.
Okay.
The hall is on fire and the beams are crashing down, pinning you, choking your lungs, and you know it's not real, but you're screaming and your jacket is burning. and there is no escape, no escape, no escape except to the south.
Man, Chin Kee Yong is really. We've talked a lot about their ability to kind of convey the different layers and world building of this world that we find ourselves in through like little environmental descriptions. But like, we haven't drawn a lot of attention to the formatting tricks that they use yet, right? That staccato kind of one word sentence, enter to see the next line, interactive, how do I say this? Way of making text. It is very, very effective, and it's kind of writ long form here, right? Where you have you have no italics, and then a couple of italics, and then, oh boy, shit seems to be getting bad, guys.
Yeah. And even like breaking up the format where it's like you scramble over the railing. Oh no. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Background music cut out at the same time as you were quiet, and I was just like, wait. But yeah, that like you scramble over the, and then it's the location name railing and tumble. Like it breaks up kind of that expectation almost. I don't know. It's definitely using the form to the best of its ability, I feel.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice that. Using the room name as a noun in the sentence. Damn, that's good. I'm gonna steal that shit.
Hey, there's a game jam for Narrowscope.
We'll talk. All right, so
Yeah, I guess south.
we've been standing here, sort of. Myriad has been standing here having this sort of conversation with herself.
You know, it's really interesting that my internal monologue has been doing some very good formatting tricks.
As somebody who thinks in paragraphs, that is a thought that has occurred to me before, but
You reach out and watch him burn, screaming your name as she writhes and claws and smashes through the fallen beams. You blink back tears, you inhale ash, and tumbled through the only exit you see. Tread empty air, fall screaming down a broken chute into darkness. Like we were saying, to clear the whole screen like that.
yeah. Yeah, there's so much. There must be some kind of ludonarrative specific term for this, but like the way that, as you said, the expectations of the IF player have been primed. That's that thing in bold. That's going to be a room name. I don't want that to be part of a sentence, but when it breaks that expectation, especially in moments of narrative tension like this, it's very, very effective in a way that, okay, the closest thing that I can think of that comes close to it is Viznov's, but certainly not going to get that in a traditional RPG or by reading, ink on paper book.
Yeah. I mean, even so, I picked up Nethergate for the first time since I was a kid, and it was wild to see like all of those kinds of like little tricks that he tried to do, but he was really limited by the medium.
Yeah, a lot of those games are very. I will not digress on this too long. We're very ahead of their time in a lot of different ways, but that is a subject for another stream.
One last thing though, did you know that it lost to Planescape Torment for RPG of the Year in like PC Gamer magazine?
I did not know that, and yeah, okay, fine. I guess Planescape deserves it, whatever, but I will have more affection in my heart for the oeuvre of Spiderweb Software until the end of my days than for the Nameless One. Sorry, not sorry.
No, it's just wild that like, because Planescape Torment was actually like a AAA game, and for it to be second only to Planescape Torment in like a year that was a lot of RPGs. Just wild. Anyway, everything hurts. Sounds are echoing in the dark, the assassin's voice calling out for you. Other things. Did you get away? What is this place? You grit your teeth and force yourself to get up. You need help. You need to get out of here. All right, let's look. Oh, hey. We're in darkness. It's pitch dark and you can't see a thing. All you can make out is some kind of metal shape at your feet. Get shape. A trick of the light? Oh, wow. Type too quickly. You grope in the dark and your fingers close around cold iron. A handle? A bomb? Or a bulb? A fuse? An animus lantern. You pick it up and strike the fuse. The bound aurora flickers to attention, chilling the fingertips of your gloves, tracing the area in otherworldly dancing light. You've landed in some kind of underground heating room, long abandoned. The floor is seared with scorch marks. The corpses of pipes and machinery litter the area, claimed by rust and layers of fine black soot. Above dangles a destroyed chute. To the west, there is a closed blast door with a wheel-shaped handle fitted nearby.
Well, I think this is going to be a good old-fashioned trapped monster in the room puzzle.
Let's save really quick.
Yeah, that's maybe not a bad idea.
All right, let's look at this wheel. It's a rusted hydraulic wheel. Well, what do we do with wheels? We turn them, right?
I mean, unless that's what the game wants you to do.
You grip the wheel and turn with all your might. There is a groaning, a painful screeching sound, as rust cracks and crumbles from the base of the handle. The blast door grinds open. Enter door. Cool. Whew. And then again, like, I wonder how many things we could have done there. Like, because we talked about how this is a really well designed parser, where like other games might be like, well, no, the door is to the west of you, go west. Where this one's like, yeah, just enter the door. That's what you do with doors. You enter them. Something is off about this creaking hall, this bending passage that seems to fold inward. The pipes pass in and out of shadow, traced by your lantern light, writ large in the cold gray darkness. To the east is the black door you emerged from. To the north, the hall widens and distends. And there is something moving there. No, gone. It's gone. All right, everything's safe. Let's go north. Do you think we should close the blast door?
I think we should 100% close the blast door, my man.
That's too far away. All right.
It's literally right there. All right, fine. Can we check out those pipes?
Yeah. The pipes are parallel. The pipes intersect.
Oh.
I like how that's written. I like how that's written a lot.
I figured out what that kind of staccato text progression reminded me of, and this has been a very digression-heavy game so far, but I think this one has water. Stephen King, not a particularly good writer. I have a lot of affection for his work and would argue that a lot of it has literary merit, but, you know, if you're interested in the craft of writing, there are better sources to go to. One thing he is very, very good at is conveying the ways that brains can be extremely unhelpful while in high-pressure situations.
Yeah. I didn't even think of that. Because he does that a lot with his writing. It's like switch from sort of his. I will fully admit I have not read very much Stephen King, but go from this like very florid kind of writing and then immediately snap into that shorter. I don't want to say staccato, but that's exactly the word for it.
It's a good word. Not just that, but also the way that quite often you'll see in Stephen King's, while they're fleeing your Itzes or your killer cars or your zombified sons or your what have you, just kind of dropped in a separate line in italics, a lyric from some boomer-ass 60s song that's just stuck in the guy's head as he's running from the zombified corpse of his son, etc. And that is, if you've ever, I've been in a couple of gnarly situations. Brains are not helpful. Brains want to look at the pipes and how they're parallel and they intersect.
Yeah, okay. I can definitely see that. I'm curious, like, because I know he's really active in the movies and at least a lot of them. Like I think in particular of the one that's about not a killer car but a killer 18-wheeler with the all AC/DC soundtrack. But like I'm wondering if like the AC/DC soundtrack was like him trying to do that.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Just not being able to.
I mean, also because AC/DC whoops ass.
I mean, yes. If you're going to have anybody do your horror movie soundtrack, it's going to be AC/DC. I guess we have to go north.
Yeah, looks like.
The floor falls away here. The path is shredded and broken. In another time, this might have been the servants' quarters. The remains of furniture and domestic objects are strewn across this distorted space. But the seams of reality are showing, and an otherworldly pulsing darkness seeps forth that makes your eyes throb. You've seen places like this before. When the magical foundations of a building are damaged, it tears the fabric of the world, exposing the irrational dimensions that lie beyond. And things crawl through the cracks that are not quite alive. You'd best not linger here.
We get Sonic. Sorry.
The service hallway lies south. East, we have a service lift, and beside it, yet another wheel.
Let's try turning that wheel.
I want to look at it first, but yes. Oh no, looking at it was a bad idea. An obsolete rusted crank wheel that seems to be connected to the service lift door. You pray it's still working. Turn, wheel. You grip the wheel and with incredible effort, turn it a couple of degrees. But the door is barely budging. You suspect you will have to give the wheel a few more good heaves. The noises are growing louder. Claws and legs are creeping into the light. You grit your teeth and shift the wheel another couple of degrees. Limbs scratch at reality's seams. Eyes push through the stonework. Teeth float through the air, gnashing, approaching. You squeeze your eyes shut and throw your weight into it. You can feel the wheel shifting, moving faster. They're very near now. They're all around you. They're brushing your neck, raking your back, pulling your hair, closing in, and you need to run or you will die. Do we turn the wheel or do we run?
Where are we going to run to?
I don't. Fair. Turn wheel.
Can we enter the Can we enter the lift?
No, this opens the door.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, I might have killed us. And before you can do anything else, there's a thrust and an impact and a sudden coldness. Teeth are ripping into your skin. It hurts. It hurts so much. Your eyes are tearing up. You can't think. You feel sick. You need to throw up. Relief never comes. Would you like to restart, restore, quit, undo, or view the help menu? Let's restore.
Yeah.
And let's just run.
Right, yeah, sure. I feel like there's got to be something with the lift.
Turn wheel. The blast door grinds open. We go west. We have to go... Yeah, we have to go north.
We have to have a lengthy digression about pipes.
What if we just... See, it says you best not linger here. There's nowhere else to go.
Can we check? Did we look at the door last time? Or the lift itself?
We looked at the wheel last time. The only thing I can... All right, yeah. The lights are still flickering. It may be your way out of here. Why don't we just go east?
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
The door is closed. The nearby wheel seems to be the only way to open it. I think we're going to die again.
Wheelp? Can we run south?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's turn and try to run when it tells us to run. I feel like that's almost... Oh, well.
I think we just need to, like, immediately start turning the wheel.
Oh, right, we did waste a turn both times looking at stuff. God damn it, Marie, you fucking slacker.
All right. Turn wheel. Turn wheel. Turn wheel. Your muscles are aching. Your palms are sweating. The door is opening just a bit more. You scream as the wheel shifts suddenly. The service lift door opens. You stumble into it, pushing past mandibles and slithering things, searching frantically for the control panel, hammering the rusted buttons as the ether demons close. The lift lurches. The door is slammed shut. There is a crack as a creature's limb is severed and slides wetly to the floor. You take a deep breath. You stomp on the limb with your boot. You keep stomping until you can't distinguish the limb from the other smears on the metal. And at last, you dare to rest. The lift is ground to a halt here, suspended between doorways. You are acutely aware of the creaking of the ancient mechanisms, the gentle cant of the platform within its cradle. To the west, the doorway opens up into a large kitchen, while to the east a cobweb scullery can be seen.
So, snack or knife?
I could go for a sandwich.
Yeah, let's go check out that scullery.
Your footsteps squelch in this stale, cramped space. The cobwebs here glitter with moisture and silk-wrapped things. Flies flit through your lamplight, disturbed by your movements, gathering on moldy plates and slime-encrusted piping. A pitch-black shaft gapes above you. The lights of the service lift glow to the west. A rickety ladder leans against the wall, providing access to the pitch-black shaft.
Climb ladder?
Climb ladder? Sure you don't want some plates?
I'm thinking more of those flies, but I feel like this is not going to work out for us.
All right. I feel like it's going to tell us... Whoops. Oh, you squeeze into the shaft. Nice. Again, this parser. So forgiving. It is cramped and dark and hard to move. You are prone on your elbows, wedged between unfeeling bricks, and your eyes hurt from the too close lamp. The scullery is below. Engraved before you are the glyphs that conduct the galvanism of the service lift, and barely, just barely, keep it from plummeting away into the abyss.
Okay. Well, so we have a ladder. We have a small secret room that presumably can be made inaccessible if we kick the ladder down. We got some glyphs.
Yeah.
Let's go back down.
Well, looking at the glyphs.
Oh, yeah, that's probably smart.
Wow, for once, I'm the one like, hey, there's a noun. We should look at it. The glyphs are worn and decrepit. A few scratches from your scalpel, and the lift would become a death trap for the unwary. Scratch, glyph.
Yeah. But the lift is already up at the top floor.
Oh. Right. That would untether the service lift and turn it into a death trap. You're not sure that's quite warranted at the moment. Okay. Well, let's go back up. You can drop down into the scullery. Fine, let's go down. Kitchen. Kitchen?
Kitchen.
Light streams thinly here between dirt-choked basins and dust-coated countertops. Your steps raise plumes of snow-like ash, which slither among your battered boots and cling to them. To the east is a service lift, to the south is a collapsed corridor. Nearby is a forlorn kitchen stool.
All right, yeah, there's something up with this ladder and the stool.
The stool is a fragile thing, riddled with the marks of absent woodlice. What do we have in our inventory? Everything. Okay, cool. We have our jacket, our clothes, the animus pendant, just casually containing the spirit of our dead father, an animus lantern providing light, some drink coupons, a gift note, a ticker tape reel, an endoscope, which we never gave back, I guess. Dr. Cavallo's signum, today's copy of the Libri Liberi, a note with Zwaro's address, yesterday's copy of the Libri Liberi, your practitioner's badge, your scalpel, your purse, and an antiseptic cloth.
Nice to see Mareed is adhering to the Guybrush Threepwood school of inventory management and or coat with lots of pockets.
Yeah. I mean, we absolutely need to carry literally everything all the time. To be fair, a lot of it's paper. But none of it's really that useful seeming. I have a feeling we need to like make this stool seem like. Can we just get this stool?
Yeah, let's take the stool.
Heck yeah, we can just take the stool. We are now carrying a stool as well as all those things. Okay. Neat.
This reminds me of my days running around Stardew Valley carrying 88 pizzas at a time.
Yeah, I that's like maybe the funniest thing about all adventure games to me. Like, it's just carrying so much stuff at one time. There was I've not played them. That's why I'm really excited to do FMV Fridays, because I just want to play a Roberta Williams game so badly.
Oh, hell yeah.
So like intense. But what is it? Phantasmagoria. I was watching a stream of Phantasmagoria 2, and just the sheer amount of things that this person was holding on his body at one time. It's just like, what is going on?
That's what happens when you make ladies close the pockets. All right, we're not going to do anything here with what we've got on us, varied though it may be. So we grab the stool. You want to go over and see if we can grab the ladder? Can we hold the stool and the ladder at the same time?
I mean, yeah, I'll do a ladder match. Can we? Is there like a verb to like look south?
Back in my old mudding days, it was scan, but that does not tend to be a feature you see implemented in IF a lot, just because IF doesn't usually revolve around this kind of real-time mob combat.
Yeah. Wow, scan. No, that like that pulled something in. We need to find a mud that's actually running.
Bruh, my, not even my high school mud, my middle school mud had a brief but glorious, like, about 2-week revival last holiday season. It was amazing. I talked with a bunch of sad computer weirdos I hadn't talked to since I was 13. And they're great.
That's awesome.
It was delightful. Do recommend.
Maybe that would be fun. I wonder how we would stream that. Maybe have you know what, we could stream your Discord, streaming it, and have both of our screens up. Just have a chaos look. All right, so you want to get the ladder?
Yeah, there's got to be something going on with this. The glyphs that we can erase, turning the elevator into a death trap, the ladder, and the stool.
So where's the ladder?
It was leading up to that little nook that we saw the glyphs in by the scullery.
Get ladder. Yeah, we can just straight up get the ladder. Okay. You catch a glimpse of a spider in the corner of your vision. This is not good. We might have taken too long here. I do love that this is like the first area where you can like actually die.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a puzzle. It's just an extremely well-paced, real-time, and well-clued puzzle. Reasonably well-clued. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here, but...
I mean, there's still one area that we can go. There's a collapsed corridor to the south out of the kitchen.
Oh, well, let's go check that shit out then.
You approach to get a better look, and she's there. The assassin is there. She stalks the collapsed corridor, humming tunelessly, playing with the edge of her sword. She doesn't seem to have noticed you. You step back for now. If you get her attention, you best have a plan to survive it.
Okay, so this seems pretty straightforward. We run to the scullery, drop the ladder, run back to the lift, yell or something to get her attention, run back to the scullery, go up the ladder, pull up the ladder behind us, as a good Republican, and erase the glyphs, sending her plummeting below. I think.
That is a cogent plan. Walk me through that step by step.
So we go back to the scullery first off, because we're holding the ladder right now. So we run back to the scullery and drop the ladder, so it's there, ready for us to scuttle up to the little alcove.
You prop the ladder up so that it leads to the pitch black shaft.
So then we go to the lift, or possibly the kitchen, yell, get the assassin's attention, get her to chase us, run to the alcove, scurry up the ladder, pull it up behind us, and erase the glyphs. So the lift drops down when she's on it. And then we'll go have a pint of the Winchester, and this will all blow over.
We hope. JRM, are you sure that you want to get the assassin's attention? We have dropped the ladder.
Well,
We still have the stool.
the nice thing about being a quasi-immortal IF protagonist is that if we die, let's try it again.
All right. Yes, you cry out. The assassin turns her head. Her lips peel from a carnival of teeth. You break and run. The kitchen is a blur. You crash through the service lift, sending it lurching with your footfalls, tear through the viscous cobwebs. All the while she gains with impossible speed upon you, until a dead end, a stone wall. There is nothing further this way, nowhere else you can hide. You don't know why you thought there would be.
Put a ladder there!
I did! Don't yell at me, yell at them.
Oh, wait. I wonder if the trick is to pick up the ladder and then get the stool, because it said the stool was rickety. So when the assassin climbs on it, but then they'd be, well, let's give that, because there's something going on with the stool, clearly.
Yeah, the stool is definitely definitely as you can be part of it.
Unless
Okay.
it's a red herring, in which case I would be very disappointed with Chin Yong King.
So get ladder. You already have that. Okay, so we have the ladder. Do you want to drop the stool here?
Think that's the key.
Can we go up? Well, let's try this one more time. What if we just yell from here? No, you have to keep your cool. Okay.
Well, shit.
All right.
Okay,
the assassin
we
turns
can't
her
climb-
head.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, that wasn't it either.
Yeah, because... Wait, what?
So I dropped this stool there.
But
So-
we didn't drop the ladder.
Right.
Should we have dropped the ladder in the kitchen?
So if we go to the storage lift, what if I put the stool in the lift? Because I mean the thing is to stop her in the stool or in the lift and get her to think it went down.
We have, I think, we've grasped, I think, unless we're missing something in our inventory or the environment, the basic set of operations, but not their sequence.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait. Do we need to take the lift back down? Drop the ladder there. Wait, why would we need to do that though? Can we take the lift back down? This is the goddamn
Yeah.
wolf and chicken and bale of hay puzzle.
Yeah. Enter lift. Okay, we're already in the service lift. You said down?
Yeah.
You really don't want to go back down there.
Well, so much for that idea.
Up? Can't go up. The lift won't ascend any higher.
Very polite of this assassin to just kind of pace around while we're trying to escape her.
I mean, okay. So we put things in that order. Let's see if this works. No. Okay.
Sidebar, this is a very well-designed puzzle in that it's tough, but I'm going to guess ultimately pretty fair. And the pacing of it is such that it's almost infinitely repeatable without the bullshit of having to go through a bunch of game mechanics, provided you save it in the right place.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe the trick is getting rid of one of them. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. What if we... No. Shit. I'm thinking maybe what if we scratch... Can we try to scratch the glyphs out now that we've seen the assassin?
Maybe. Yeah. All right. To the east is the service lift. Drop ladder. Up. Okay. Well, we can't fit in there carrying the stool either.
Break the goddamn stool. I don't care about the stool, Marie.
Okay, hold on. Before you sabotage the lift, you should make sure there's a way for you to get back across.
Oh. We drop the ladder in the lift. Use the stool, climb up, scratch the glyphs out, go back to the kitchen, yell, get her attention, and then scramble back across the ladder.
You place the ladder across the lift so that it bridges the gap between the doorways.
Am I good or am I good, baby?
Engraved before you are the glyphs that conduct the galvanism of the service lift, and just barely, keep it from plummeting away into the abyss. Scratch those glyphs. You draw your scalpel from your pocket. You steel yourself, and with as much force as you can manage in these cramped quarters, gouge a scratch right through the center line. A shock. You can feel enchantments disintegrating, unraveling around your fingers. You sense the lift grow heavy as its binding forces wither and fail. You scratch the glyphs a few more times. When you're finished, your scalpel is noticeably hotter. You clean the edge and let it cool before stowing it. You try not to think about the fact that you're plotting to murder somebody. Can we yell from here? No.
That would be too easy. Also, that somebody is a many-toothed eldritch thing from, like, what man was not meant to know. I think you're okay. The Hippocratic Oath does not apply to deep ones.
They have feelings, too. Unknowable, unthinkable feelings. But feelings. How dare you? All right. You want to yell? I did just save, so if we're screwed, we're screwed.
Well, I mean, we remember what to do now.
Well, yes, but I overwrote the save because I believe in only one save file.
Oh, we're fucked then. Like, Jesus Christ. All right, come on, let's
just gonna have to speed run the entire first 2 acts. You cry out. The assassin turns her head. Her lips peel from a carnival of teeth. You break and run. The kitchen is a blur. You crash through the service lift, send it lurching with your footfalls, tear through the viscous cobwebs. All the while she gains with impossible speed upon you until wood splinters. Metal fails and reality turns. The lift has been dislodged from its unnatural suspension. Its arcane skeins have entangled the assassin in their coils. Now, shackled again to the chains of gravitation, that whole unwieldy apparatus has begun to collapse, and the assassin has been caught up in its descent. Her smile falters. She tenses, stops. What? She scrabbles desperately for purchase. Impossibly, her claws gouge into the stone. She grasps at your feet, digs into the flesh of your ankles. You scream in pain, and she slips. She slips. It's enough. The machine has been set in motion. The cacophony, the wailing, gnashing whirlwind. It takes her and bears her down, bears her shrieking into the abyss where reality ends, where all things end and are consumed. And she is gone. You collapse there on the edge of the shaft, inches from empty space. You start to cry. We did it!
Hey!
I at this point refuse to believe that we are safe and maybe saving a little too often.
I mean, if we had gotten ourselves in the wrong position last time, but you steered the ship.
This is what happened with Nethergate. Was that last night? Or I was in some dungeon and I was like rolling pretty well, and then I was like, wait, I should save, and then immediately died. It was like, okay, I'm saving after every battle now.
Oh, there is no pain keener than accidentally auto-saving when you're on like 5 HP and out of spell slots. Ugh. Anyway, cool. Let's run to the south then.
Your footsteps feel strangely heavy as you walk down this final hall. The dust, your footfalls, your heartbeat, they throb in time with every breath. You can see the light just up ahead, just a little farther to the south. You stumble a little. You pick yourself up, blink the fog out of your eyes. You don't feel quite so well at the moment. Is that blood? Is it yours? It doesn't matter. You can't stop now. You have to keep going. Keep going south. You take a wobbly step and another. Step by step, with agonizing certainty, you push onward. You emerge into a sea of lights, of sweeping rain and hazy twinkling stars. The city of Furopolis rises all around you, and it has never been more beautiful nor a more welcome sight. You realize the light of the stars is rippling and wavering through your tears. Why then are your feet so leaden when the city is so close? Drenched, shivering, you make your way towards the gate that divides you from the world. Freedom is so close that you can taste it. There's a workman's access sealed by a thin padlock. With trembling scalpel, you press and cut and slowly separate the lock from its bonds. But the work will take an eternity with this iron padlock and this tiny blade. And your consciousness wavers and you are so tired. No, you slump to your knees, the scalpel slipping from your fingers. It's growing cold now, harder to see. The pavement about you is flecked with something like blood or rainwater. Perhaps you should just take a rest, just a short one. You clasp your pendant to your heart and close your eyes. There's a familiarity about this place, although you are rarely allowed inside. The aroma of your father's favorite tea mingles with that of ink-blotted corkboards and bubbling athanors. The alchemical lines, alight with power, swoop and soar above you into the rafters. Father is decanting a spirit at his workstation.
Interactive flashback time. Interactive flashback time. This bitch loves an interactive flashback. Let's examine Father, and then the Athanors, and then the spirit, please.
Done. He's still alive, lively, warm. Do you know what an Athanor is before I examine it?
I do. I've read a lot of China Medieval, but this one escapes me.
A foreboding heat emanates from the furnaces. I'm gonna assume it's a furnace type thing, or like a Bunsen burner.
What for making your alchemist stone and such in?
Yeah, yeah. The corkboards, the markings writhe and change, never quite coalescing into formulae.
Oh, that's nice. Um, one of the reasons, or one of the primary ways to know you're dreaming is you can't read in dreams. That's a very broad statement. I'm sure there are many examples where that's not true, but me personally, whenever I try to like look at a street sign in a dream and I see it wriggling all around like that, I'm like, oh, something's not right here.
And then you have that brief moment where you can lucid dream, and then you're awake at 3 a.m. and you're like, damn it, it's so close to flying.
Never quite enough, huh? Let's hug Dad.
Looking at the lines, which, again, going to this parser, it knew which lines I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time that we've done that, it meant the, like, tattoos on your body. But no, this time, the soaring laboratory rafters, they're too bright. Hug Dad. Hug Father. He ruffles your hair. Okay. Talk to Father. Right?
Don't be a necklace anymore.
Dad. Can you stop? Oh, all right. We have 3 choices. All of them are good girl run choices. How are you alive? I love you, and please come back.
Well, we're too smart to know that one, obviously, and we're also pretty smart, so I don't think 3 is going to work out. But we do love our dad, presumably.
All right.
Why would we be carrying around his soul in a necklace if we didn't? Don't answer that.
Something's got to power something. Tears well up in your eyes. You blink them back, but they keep coming. I love you. He turns around and smiles. He's so young. You'd almost forgotten his face. I miss you so much. Don't do this to me, or don't leave me again.
Rough. One?
You can't do this. You choke. Your hands are trembling. Father's eyes soften. Is something wrong? Oh no.
Oh, Marid, baby, no. Oh, this is a stress dream.
Father, you have to listen to me. Please listen to me. You have to run while you still can. Your choice, JRM.
I'm looking at. I mean, I don't think any of these are going to work out. Let's try 3. Maybe we'll get some context as to why he's no longer with us.
You have to run, please. While you still. He's not listening. The power lines have surged. A thump rocks the laboratory. Flames are licking at the lids of the Athenors, and smoke is starting to fill the room. Marid, he breathes. Talk to him, grab his hand, break down and cry.
Please. Oh.
I feel justified in our good girl run because all of these choices are definitely like, none of these are like, Marid is a badass.
Nah. I don't think that. I'm not getting the sense that there is a lot of the different choices that we made in the character branching would have a lot of impact on the ultimate narrative arc of Marid.
No, not at all.
There are probably a few climactic choices maybe this is one of them. I think we're getting toward the end. That determine because I believe there are several endings, like maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah.
But they seem to be quite narrowly focused on the choices that you make at endgame rather than the character that you develop along the way, which is completely legitimate, by the way. Choice of games has ruined us as an IF community for the idea that, well, every choice that I made from the beginning has to have an impact on, where my Wooby PC goes. Sometimes the author is trying to tell a narrative.
I think too, like you can fake that feeling of choice early on. Like you don't necessarily need to mechanically have your early choices matter, because the way that you've been playing this character, the way that you've been playing, throughout, informs what those only 6 choices are, like at the end of the day. So I find that, like, I kind of like the sleight of hand of the narrative, Does that make sense?
Oh, it absolutely does. I believe in choice script that kind of branch is actually called fake_choice.
Nice.
It's flavor, not narrative direction, and sometimes some flavor is what makes the narrative go to the interpretation of the person reading it rather than the actual branching craft of the story. Anyway, let's cry on Dad.
You close your eyes and tears fall. You've had this dream 1,000 times. Each time it ends the same way. Each time you are powerless to prevent it. The Athanor closest to your father explodes. Glass shatters. A plume of fire erupts, and both of you are thrown back from the blast. You are dimly aware of porcelain pieces scattered across the desk, shimmering in the intense heat. Your father is calling your name. You see him then, bleeding out, barely recognizable. Another beaker falls to the floor and shatters. You can't breathe. You force yourself up, unsteady, tottering towards your father, towards the flames. Mareed, go, he screams. Just go. Run, get help. His words are stolen away. They vanish with him in the smoke and the fire. You feel yourself slipping away, feel the world buckling and crashing around you as you stumble amidst the twisted metal and the ash. Excruciating pain, and then a long, dark silence. Your senses return in fragments and echoes. Something cold and numbing is pressed to your lips. You awaken. You cough up dust, your parched throat cracking from the exertion. Standing over you in the darkness is a woman all in white. Speaking of false choice, where is my father? You ask weakly. The woman looks away. Hush, she replies. Don't exert yourself. Are you going to take me to see him? She doesn't respond, not for a while. Instead, she kneels and places a hand upon your cheek, inspecting you like a broken sculpture. Her face is a mask, tattooed and impossible to read, and you find that you know it well. After all, the face is your own. It's time, the other you says. It's time to go. Where are we going? Who are you? I'm not ready.
2.
Who are you? You know who I am. She stands up, and so do you. The ruins of your father's laboratory flicker, fade, and collapse into ash. It piles among your feet with the skeletons of your past. You're free now, Mareed, the other self says. You've suffered enough. It's time to move on. And she points up into the great ether, where the sparks of countless souls twinkle like stars. You imagine that your father is among them. Do we look at the stars or say something?
In honor of I have often regretted speaking. I have never regretted not speaking. Let's look at them stars.
You watch the stars. In this time outside of time, you watch. There's a beauty in the movement of the world, to the movement of the souls that orbit it. You remember where you've seen it before, an eternity ago. In Dr. Cavala's surgery room, you caught a glimpse of that anemic light. But here, now, the light washes over you, and you feel yourself being drawn to it like a river to the sea. You're taking me away, or I want to go.
We belong to the world right now. We'll be dead soon enough.
You're taking me away?
As I reread those choices, I'm not sure what that reflects. Yeah, let's try one.
You're taking me away, you say. She nods. You feel a chill run down your spine. I want to go, you admit. I want to leave it all behind. You lower your gaze. Your other self is silent. But I can't. I can't go. Not like this. The anemic light bears down upon you, harsh, questioning. It is difficult to stand beneath its weight, to stand tall before the jury of numberless eyes. Your other self cocks her head. Why? Why can't we go, J-Ram?
I need to know. I want to know all the things.
I need to know. You'll remember those moments frozen in time and etched in memory. The black trails from Redden's eyes, the sign of the raven upon the dead. I'm caught up in something. I don't know what, but I know that it's big, bigger than all of us, and it's going to take the lives of 100 more or 1,000 more before it ends. I have to find out what's happening. I have to find the truth before it's too late. And you look at your other self, trying desperately not to cry, and she looks at you, and her eyes are alight with white fire. Vive, she commands. Vide. And you feel yourself rising up into the lights, and you gasp for air, and you breathe, and you see. Act 3, Day 3.
All right.
Jolt awake. Oh, I really hope this is Endgame. I thought there were 6 days.
Oh, fuck. We're finishing this thing tonight. I don't have... My first meeting isn't until 1 p.m. tomorrow.
All right.
She would come to regret that statement, said the narrator.
6 a.m. We're just just typing lone L's, hoping something happens.
Oh, God. Like, yeah, an old school WoW addiction, except it's beautiful, like, medical horror, philosophical AF.
Speaking of what we're about to do, you jolt awake, shuddering, blinking, coughing. Everything feels heavy. A pair of hands grips your shoulders, steadies you. Is she awake? A voice breathes. Dr. Cavala's voice. Yes, comes the reply. Then again closer. Mareed, can you hear me? You close and open your eyes. There are strange patterns, echoes, swirling in your vision, infinitely long, and it hurts to see. It hurts to see. You slip back into unconsciousness. Stabilizing. Lights. You see lights. You force your heavy eyelids to open. You're staring at the ceiling of Dr. Cavala's clinic. From the shadows, it must be afternoon, around the time of your usual lunch break. But there's something off about the color of the light. something strange. Doctor? You croak through parched lips. Mareed! Thank the primes. A shadow falls across you. A hand grips your wrist close. You turn your head to see the smiling face of Dr. Justinian. What? No, I refuse to panic here.
Get nosebleed.
Okay, fuck it. Panic. You panic. Try to calm down. A series of inappropriate images flashes through your mind. Dr. Justinian? You finally bring yourself to say, thank the primes. He's checking your pulse now, leaning in to examine your eyes. Your gazes meet for a second, and his irises are fiery and alive and close. You take a few deep breaths, trying to compose yourself. Neither of you speaks for a moment. I thought we'd lost you, he says at last. The Vigiles found you bleeding out in the condemned block. I heard your door was broken down. It boggles my mind that anyone could do a thing like this. But what matters is that you're here now. You're safe. There's a sound from the waiting chairs. You turn and see Dr. Cavallo watching from her cot. Her throat is choked. Her eyes are red from crying. You're safe, she breathes. Mareed, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Do we check in with Dr. Cavallo? Do we just throw ourselves at Dr. Justinian? Do we try and be scientific about how we were out? Do we give a status report? Do we ask about the color of the light?
I mean, you know my vote, my man.
Throw ourselves at Dr. Justinian?
For once, I was not going to heave my bosom, but we can if we want.
What was your...
I was going to ask about the light.
All right. You try to focus on the light. It's out of place somehow, both here and not here, shimmering and scintillating in a way that makes your head spin. What's wrong, you mumble? What's wrong with the color of the... Your breath catches in your throat. Your brain refuses to comprehend what you are seeing. Mareed? Justinian asks. Wrench your eyes shut or I have to go. I love these choices.
Yeah.
Like, we're definitely going down a path here. And I feel like, again, sort of that, like, false plot line where it's like, it's obviously forcing us somewhere, but we have a little bit of choice in how we're going to do this characterization.
You know what? We just killed a goddamn assassin and made it through without a scratch on us. We have things to go and people to do. Wait.
Yes,
no.
We have Justinian.
No, Mareed Good Girl has become Mareed Action Girl. Let's get the fuck out of here.
I have to go. Hold on. You get up despite your body's aches and protests. Also, without a scratch on us is an extremely bold statement. The world swirls around you, feels unreal. Justinian raises a hand but does not stop you. And you still see, in life as in death. Oh shit, now I remember. The light you see is not quite of this world. It does not originate from the fluorescent lamps. Yet it radiates still, engulfing this place, leaving its imprints in chair and counter and tile. A long shadow falls from the north, from the surgery room. Dr. Cavallo and Justinian are staring at you in concern. Neither of them appears to have noticed anything. A calomel curtain leads north to the surgery room. Stairs lead down to the mortuary, and the front door lies east. You want to go down to the mortuary?
Baby, you know I do.
You can't go there. Not now. Well, fuck you. Oh, for once, I'm the one who starts cursing on stream.
Well, shit. Can we talk to Kavala?
Yeah, I'm sure we can try. Doctor, do you see it? Mareed, I don't understand. What do you see? You're at a loss for words. Talk to Justinian? Dr. Justinian, please, didn't you see? Mareed, please, you have to lie down. You haven't recovered. Do you want to go north to the surgery room, I guess?
I don't see what else we can do.
I don't think we can leave if we can't go down. At the surgery room, you're in a cold, cylindrical chamber, pulsing in 1,000 directions, illuminated from within. Dozens or hundreds of after images creep like specters at the edge of your vision. To the south, the exit is wreathed in calomel. A shimmering and fractured Redden sits upon the gurney. He looks at you with eyes that run black. We haven't gotten rid of this body? Looking at Redden, he is cracked, but somehow whole.
I think we're hallucinating.
Looking at eyes, Redden's ghostly eyes. His eyes gaze into infinity. Have we looked at ourselves?
I mean, we should still be, ex-self.
You feel alert and well, on edge perhaps, but that's nothing unusual considering the circumstances. Okay, no, fair. I'm trying to remember what... I'm going to stop trying to remember and just, take the ride. I'm going to try to look at these after images. They have the shapes of people, almost. Look at the gurney.
After image. Oh, we did the after images. Can we talk to Reed?
Yes, I'm going to hit enter. JRAM, please tell me why you think this is going to work.
Well, we're in an exploratorium of the mind, as it were, and Reedon is clearly our guilty conscience. I think I was misremembering that you could save him, because the narrative is telling me clearly that we could not. Maybe he tells us where his hidden treasure is buried?
Hello? Raiden twitches, as though animated by a jolt of galvanism. Again, his empty eyes pivot in their sockets. He opens his mouth, but you can't quite make out the words. You feel a curling in your spine, a beckoning to listen closer. Woman of action, listen closer. You close your eyes and focus. The light of the real world vanishes. But the other light, the light that permeates the boundary, remains. You hold on to that light and follow it like a thread, and the world shifts. Broken, hurts everywhere. Raiden? Yes. Are we going to ask how this works? Are we going to tell him he's going into a tunnel? Are we going to check in on him like a good doctor?
Good doctor and action girl seeks to relieve pain.
Are you in pain? hurts. Is there any way that I could help? Blank stare.
Three. I vote. I think that we're trying to get as much. So, going back to what we're talking about, and boy, I really wish I had the vocabulary to talk more precisely about this, but I get the sense that the choices that we make are not going to affect the narrative, but what they will affect is the experience that you and I are having of absorbing this information, kind of like her story, where you can go in and type the commands, but knowing what commands to type, that's the gameplay.
Yeah. No, that was so I found on Steam like a full walkthrough, like 100% walkthrough, and I'm like, I was appreciative that walkthrough of her story was like, please don't, like, this is just if you really want to get that last one, but like, please don't use this. This is just like the 400 tags that I found. Like, realize that every word in there is tagged. Like, just try stuff, but if you're really, really stuck, here's like 100 of these 400 words that you can like try.
That brings me to a point of order that I will not. We are already running long, and dear God, do we have 4 days left. More games should have Invisiclues. More games should have Invisiclues. Interactive Fiction perfected the hint system in 1992, and it has never gotten better.
I don't know how to use Invisiclues.
I mean,
next time that we play a game that has Invisiclues, you're gonna have to like walk me through a tutorial.
Well, the idea of a progressive, not here is a solution to the puzzle, or here, tap tilde and set dexterity to 9999 and matrix jump all around Balmora. Not that I ever did that. But here's a point in the right direction. Here's a nudge. Have you tried looking at this? That fulfills a need in the narrative game, like in gameplay, period, that doesn't often get addressed by a game fac. You know, shoot the demon until it's dead.
Yeah, I find too, especially with like narrative games or text adventures, that like I have not done things in the quote unquote correct order, and so the game fac is like not as useful as you think it might be. Forget what game I was playing. Hypnospace Outlaw, where like I got stuck on the how to make the unzipper work. And so I was like reading through, and I'm like going through the process of finding it. And I'm like, no, I've been to this page. I've been to this page. I've gotten this hint. What am I missing? And it took me like to realize that I had downloaded everything that I needed. I just didn't drag the file onto the pet. Because honestly, that was the only bit of moon logic that I was stuck on. I had all the clues.
So that is clued in, I think, one place. And I found it like 2 or 3 playthroughs later, and I was like, well, fuck me. Jay Tholen, you gave us all the clues, Mr. Policeman.
Yeah. I mean, it's there mostly.
I think probably a good rule of thumb in puzzle design is the more moon logic-y your puzzle is, the more thoroughly you need to clue it. See, the puzzle we just went through with the ladder and the stool and the assassin, that was fairly straightforward. And like, fairly, right?
Oh,
but there were a couple of nudges here and there, right? Whereas, I'm trying to think of a both fair and well-clued puzzle. Or unfair.
Yeah, because I'm thinking. I mean, maybe it's just the games that actually. All right, here's an unfair puzzle. If you were here last week, I played a very, very cool game, which, of course, mind like a sieve, cannot remember. 1 second while I look it up, unless you remember what I was like, hey, this game was actually pretty cool. Doop doop. Mind Wheel is what I played last week. And the most absurd one, I got kind of frustrated with it, so I pulled up a walkthrough, was that so the main puzzles in that game were there are a couple of poems that the author of the game wrote. He was literally poet laureate of the United States for 3 years.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, dude. Robert Pinsky.
I'm sorry. Robert fucking Pinsky wrote some interactive fiction?
Dude.
I'm sorry, what?
Hey, the VOD is still up. Actually,
yeah, I have his collected. What, 1980 motherfucking 5? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, so here's the only thing. Yeah, we are playing this game together, and you will probably beat it in no time.
I'm looking at the collected Pinsky on my bookshelf as we speak.
So the main puzzles were filling in words to poems, and they would drop random words, not clued. One of them was kind of obvious in retrospect, but some dude just says, I have 2 words to say to you, and they're 2 random words. And it's almost clued. But yeah, that one drove me nuts, because to get to the second poem, the answer are the 2 words in the title of his latest book that had come out, and the only place that you would find that is in his author's bio on the last page of the instruction manual.
Incroyable. What a piece of shit. I love it.
And it's yeah, there's 2 words. They both start with H. They're really, really important. And they describe this book in such detail. And the author picture is him holding the book looking at you. It is absurd.
Oh, God. Incroyable. I was going to suggest Lost Pig for our next round, but, well, we'll see. All right. No, come on. We gotta go. We gotta solve this damn thing.
All right. Dr. Kavala and I have been investigating your affliction. You do your best to explain what you've uncovered. You sense a presence following your train of thought in bits and pieces, in half-remembered parts. Maybe. Find where caught. Chan works. Find the channel works? Radio silence. A vision assaults you. A canal splits and runs off. A sewer heaves with misery and regret. You sit and drink, waiting for an answer that will never come. It's gone as quickly as it arrived. Did we understand or did we not?
Maybe it'll give us an extra clue if we don't.
Radio silence. I'll find the place in the vision. I'll find out what happened to you. I promise. Thank you. Goodbye, Redden. The current buoys you upward. The world shifts. You return gradually to your senses. The cold glare of the surgery room envelops you. The shelves, the gurney, the curtain. These things fall into their rightful place in your body of flesh and blood among them. As your sense of self returns, you look instinctively to the center of the room, but the ghostly Raiden is nowhere to be seen. The gurney is empty, and yet you sense his presence. The pull of that other world still remains, inviting you to look beyond the curtain. Perhaps that other world was always here, and you only lack the eyes to see it. Mareed, are you all right? You turn. Dr. Justinian's brow is furrowed with worry. His eyes flicker between you and the empty gurney. I'm fine. I think I just had one of my hallucinations. I think I just saw a ghost.
Jesus. The writing has never been stronger than it is in this whole passage, by the way. I vote either 1 or 3. You have a feeling?
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna be like, aha, I saw a ghost. I'm fine, you say. He doesn't look convinced. Are you sure? You looked as though you were sleepwalking or caught in a dream. Okay, now I'll drop. I think I just saw a ghost. Justinian looks at you. A ghost? Surely, but you don't mean... I know what I said, you tell him. I think I spoke to a dead man. It felt too real to be a vision. Wasn't like any hallucination I've ever experienced. Justinian falls silent. He opens and closes his mouth, unable to muster a reply. As the two of you exit the surgery room, Dr. Cavala's eyes are on you. She reaches for your hand as you walk past. Mareed, she murmurs, if you're... She's interrupted by footsteps approaching the doorway. You barely have time to look before the door swings open and a man in a gray coat barges in. Justinian, he rasped. There you are. Just what have you been doing all morning? Do you know how much time you've cost the court? Dr. Justinian stiffens. Yes, of course, Dr. Serpens. He replies. I wasn't aware that meetings took precedence over saving the life of a friend. The man called Serpens narrows his eyes. Don't get lippy with me, Justinian. This is not a meeting. It's an emergency inquest from the philosophers themselves. And mark my words, you'll have your hide strung up if you don't move your damn fool behind. Dr. Justinian sighs and looks at you. I'm sorry, Mareed. We'll see each other again. They depart. A small group of vigilantes salutes the doctors as they exit and escorts them down the street and out of sight. Beside you, Dr. Cavala shakes her head. Dr. Serpens, she mumbles, 20 years on and still a curmudgeon. Lore dump or continue the plot?
I mean, do we get the sense lore dump is gonna... Yeah, lore dump. It'll probably give us useful information.
You knew him, Doctor? Before your time, she says. I apprenticed under him at the valetudinarium. That was 20 years ago, before I enlisted. Who is Dr. Serpens? You ask. I'm surprised you haven't heard of him, she says. He is, one of the foremost experts on physiology, a close rival of Dr. Artoris, back when they both were still practicing. What was that he said about an emergency inquest? Dr. Cavala stiffens. Right, we haven't told you. Much has changed in the district while you were out. Take a look outside. She tilts her head to the door. You follow her gaze, and the shadows of soldiers can be seen through the glass. The death toll of the affliction has climbed into the hundreds, she says. The entire district is in a panic. Word has reached the higher-ups, and martial law has been declared. There are vigilantes, patrols, checkpoints in the streets, and the quarantine. No one can leave the district until a cure has been produced by the inquest, or until everyone up and down the canal is dead. Okay.
Shit.
Let's just go in order.
Yeah. No, maybe, I think 1 might end the conversation, huh? Well, maybe not. I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, I was going to start with 2.
Nice, go for it.
Or actually 5, to be honest. I mean, I don't need to be told what a checkpoint is.
All killer, no filler, baby.
Didn't we establish that the deaths were murders, not a result of infection? She fixes you with a hard look. Hypotheses can change, Marie. Hundreds have turned up dead. Whether this is an epidemic or a slaughter, measures have to be taken. Yeah, you know what? All killer, no filler. So what do we do now? Dr. Cavallo leans her head back. She closes her eyes, and for a terrible moment, she looks like a corpse bereft of life. I don't know, she says. I don't know. Her fingers twitch. Her voice cracks. Honestly, Marie, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing either of us can do. All we can do is wait. You feel a cold pit in your stomach. What you thinking?
What?
Do we want to check in with the doctor? Do we want to make her give us an answer, or do we want to be action girl?
Yeah, I'm tracking. I'm just this scene is going in a much different direction than I thought it was going to. Definitely.
I mean,
Sorry.
every single time I'm like in love with the characterization that the author has done, like throughout this, where it's like, I actually like care about these characters. It's kind of like messing with me that like, yeah, like Dr. Cavallo is unsure what to do, still laid up in bed, has some like hotshot young doctor taking care of his or her star student. Like, you know what? Based on that, okay, what were you gonna pick?
I was gonna vote one, but
yeah, sweet.
Yeah, we're in sync.
Doctor, are you Marie? She says quietly. I know what you're thinking. You want to go out there, make a difference. Marie, you just recovered from a case of severe hypoxia. You shouldn't even be standing right now. She chuckles bitterly and sinks into her makeshift cot like a wretched leaden thing. You were dead, Marie, she says very quietly. Just moments ago, you were clinically dead on the tarp. What? You feel a chill down the back of your neck. What? I told Justinian you were still in there. She says, I was so scared. I was so scared I'd watch your animus leave your body and I'd lose you again. Dr. Cavallo chokes up and begins to sob. Is it worth it? She asks. Is it worth it to risk your life like this, to gaze into death? Are we afraid of death?
I mean, I'm sure as shit afraid of death. I'm not sure about you, but...
Yo, you were talking to the person who is entirely fine with any negative to immortality. Like, no, I am absolute. It is like easily the one thing I am like so deeply terrified of. Yeah, hesitate then.
Yep.
You are at a loss for words. Dr. Vala has lost a lot of people, you realize. You've been her apprentice for a long time, but in all that time, she's never spoken of those who couldn't make it. Soldiers who died of their wounds, mothers who died in childbirth, patients who never saw another sunrise. You don't know how many there have been. She has never told you. Now, in this moment of weakness, you glimpse the unthinkable burden that weighs on Dr. Cavallo's soul. There have been too many. There always have been. And you know that her deepest, darkest fear, beneath that impenetrable shell, is the fear of losing the one person who has made it worthwhile. Her deepest, darkest fear is that you will be next. Please, she says in a trembling voice, please. J-Ram,
This is so hard. God damn. Um, fuck. Well, this is an ending, I believe. This is, I think, the first branch to an ending. Let's go. Can we save?
I don't think we can.
Give it a
We
shot.
can. Oh God.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and see what the Dr. Vala ending is, because I'm fairly sure this is the first branch off the highway into a hard stop.
All right. Let's give up our quest. Are you sure that you want to end the story this way? Oh, you can still undo afterwards. Yes. You know what? Yes. And even though it's a little early, maybe we can take our stream union break.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Get a couple of things off the roster and then go into the end game of this macabre tale.
Oh, that's also like it does feel good that we do have an end game coming up, that we have one totally valid ending. You feel a terrible crushing certainty, an upwelling of emotions surging past any attempt to contain it, and tears come like searing pinpricks of shame as your world collapses inward. There are no footholds in the unthinkable horror of your guilt. You fall with bile rising in your throat, curling up on the floor, crying and rocking like a fool. Your pendant is icy and painful against your skin. As you tear yourself down, bleeding into the cracks of the tiles, as you sob for Dr. Kavala to forgive you, promise her that you will be good. Because you never wanted any of this, and why did it happen here? Why did it have to be you? And you don't know why you ever thought you could make a difference. Weeks pass. Your things are brought from the ruined dormitory room to Dr. Kavala's clinic, and there you stay with her, under guard and lock and key. You look after Dr. Kavala. Dr. Kavala looks after you. Horatio tries to make conversation, but you don't feel like talking to anyone anymore. Reports from the outside world filter in. Lists of names and pictures, lists of people you once knew. You stop reading through them after the third week. At least the list gets shorter over time. The guards posted to Dr. Kavala's clinic grow fewer in number. New faces are rotated in and just as quickly disappear. Eventually, with no apparent threats to you or Dr. Kavala, they stop sending anyone at all. 6 weeks in, Dr. Kavala's correspondence machine stops working. On the 8th week, Dr. Kavala's dressing becomes infected. There are no usable supplies left in the clinic. Faced with a slow death in safety or a risky journey to Dr. Justinian's clinic, she chooses the latter. She sets out on her own with her cutter in one hand and a walking stick in the other. You never see her again. On the 9th week, you break down crying in Horatio's arms. Sometimes you think about ending your own life. It would be easy. It's not like anyone would stop you if you really put your mind to it. But you remember the weight of the pendant around your neck, your vision when you came back from the dead, the promise you made to Dr. Kavala, and you never go through with it. You feel as though you have a duty to see things through. And so you sit with Redden's ghost in the surgery room, remembering the day the nightmare started, and close your eyes and wait for everything to end. You hear the news almost a year after it began, on the 10th of Opus Auricium 5. After 3 months of silence, the disease is considered eradicated and the quarantine is lifted. You, Horatio, and Justinian rank among the few hundred survivors of a district that once had a population of thousands. Picked up by a rescue airship, you spend another week in decontamination ward before you are allowed to rejoin society. In the following days, you are interviewed by Revelaris Press. Flowers are sent to your interim address. A clinic in the commercial district offers you a job, and your life returns to something almost resembling normalcy. You know you should be happy for yourself. Against all odds, you survived the epidemic and went on to live your life. It's what Dr. Kavala and your parents would have wanted. But in the end, you feel nothing. You feel empty inside whenever you think about the year and the people that you lost. You remember the disease that set the Channelworks district aflame and reduced your old life to ashes, and it walks with you even as you leave its scars behind. To this day, no one understands the affliction that killed 9/10 of the Channelworks district's population. Once, perhaps, you had the chance to discover the truth behind it all. If things had been different, you might even have been able to end the epidemic, to serve all those people, to go back and halt the specter of death with your own 2 hands. But it's no use to speculate on what could have been. The truth is that no one knows what truly happened in those days. No one knows why any of those people had to die. And perhaps they never will. The end.
Fucking woof.
So, on that happy note, I'm going to hit undo. There we go. All right,
Yeah.
we're back.
Man, the narratively satisfying ending to what is effectively a stub, right? Because there's an entire other act, if we choose to, after this, with, I believe, several endings of its own. But the fact that you can get a narratively weighty ending just from this one little simple choice right here, yoicks. Also, lol, the idea that it would be just a year later. Ahaha.
Well,
Anyway.
to be fair, this is not. This is to be totally clear, this started being written way before, but was initially released in 2017. Secondly, it's like absolutely not a like. This is a mass poisoning event. This is not a disease.
Dude, spoilers. Okay, union break.
No spoilers. If you watched last week, all right. We will be back in 10 minutes. Thank y'all for hanging out.
Bless.
All right, I'm gonna mute you. Go away. Get out of here.
You smell.
Tell your dogs that she deserves to squeak something. All right, let's get a better ending than that.
There's got to be one.
Maybe. I hope that was a pretty bad ending. Like, not like narratively, just sad, not great. Everybody dies.
Well, it's a novel about a plague, Dougie. What do you expect?
I think we can save more people. I think we can figure out. We can be a little bit more satisfied with ourselves.
All right. Well, in the quest of being more satisfied with ourselves, let's leave our dying mentor sobbing on a gurney.
Yeah, let's feel good about ourselves. I'm sorry. In all your life, you have never come across a more terrible decision to make. Yet the more you have thought on it, the more the choice has become clear. It's the same choice you made when you applied to Dr. Cavala's clinic a lifetime ago. I'm sorry, you tell her. This is what I have to do. Mareed, I'll take care of myself. It'll all be fine, I promise. Mareed. Dr. Cavallo reaches madly for you as you pull away. She tries to stand and almost falls out of her cot. Like a nurse subduing a patient, you push her back into her cot and draw a white blanket over her body. She stares at you with eyes like a terrified deer. You blink back tears. I'll be fine, you say. I promise. And I promise you this. No one else has to die. Dr. Cavallo has no words for you. She's quiet, whimpering, sobbing to herself like a child. It is almost too much for you to see her in this state. So you do the only thing you can do. You turn around and you place your hand on the door handle. With a final forlorn step, you leave everything behind. You stand in the terminus of the Via Terminalis, a dead end of steel spires and buildings, grasping fruitlessly at the sky. In the ceaseless rain, smears of animus light weakly glow, winking in and out of existence like so many wandering souls. The dormitory block where you live lies to the north, and a gap between buildings hides an alley entrance to the south. The way east to the Via Terminalis has been barricaded by a vigilance checkpoint.
All right, back to navigating a map.
Yeah, where do we...
Let's try the checkpoint.
Okay. The armored carriages loom large as you approach. A spotlight strikes your eyes, burning bright. The foremost enforcer holds up his hand, and his gas mask hisses as he regards you through the cyclopean lenses. This district is under quarantine, he says. Return to your home immediately.
Well, we don't have 100 talents, literally or figuratively. And I don't think that batting our eyelashes is going to help. Can we try the signum?
I'm a doctor's apprentice. You fumble for the slip of paper in your coat pocket. The enforcers watch as you fish it out. What's that? The lead enforcer asks. Is that supposed to mean something? This is the signum of Dr. Kavala, you say. I'm her apprentice acting on her behalf to stop the disease. The enforcer shakes his head. Sorry, Missy, I have a name list here and Dr. Kavala isn't on it. If she isn't invited to the inquest, neither are you.
Where is option 5 for eat shit, pig?
I think that's... I'll give you 100 talents.
No, let's giving him 100 talents. Let's try one, and I think we're gonna need to sneak around here.
Dr. Justinian can vouch for me. He's advising for the inquest, isn't he? Dr. Justinian doesn't make the rules, the enforcer says, and even if he did, he isn't here right now, so we can't exactly take your word for it.
Alright, so we're gonna try 1 and 2, and it's gonna give us a couple of excuses why this guard simply cannot do his fucking job.
You lower your voice. I'll give you 100 talents if you let me through. No. So, okay, wait a minute. A denarius is a day's of work. If I remember right, a talent is a week's worth of work. So that's 2 years' salary.
Fuck me.
I'm begging you, this is important. Missy, stop. Just stop. I feel for you. I really do. But you and I both know that this is a waste of time. My job here is to enforce the rules, and the rules say I can't allow you through this cordon. Cool, we back away. It was worth a shot, but you'll have to find another way past these enforcers.
Alright, can we look around again?
Yeah. So we're blocked off. So my initial thought was like, isn't there a way to get around all this? But we're blocked off from that. We're before, I think, even the condemned block. I don't know if you're looking at the map.
I'm looking at the description. I'm looking at that very enticing gap between buildings to the south.
Oh. Well. Let's go south. Let's shuffle through the gap. A thin, twisting thread that winds between buildings. Rubbish accumulates around pipes and corners, not quite blocking the smoking vents of underground distilleries. You can escape by a gap between buildings to the north or a hanging banner to the northeast. Yeah, northeast.
Yeah, totally.
You drift through empty blood vessel streets, a speck of white mingling with cobblestones ashen and black. In place of carriages and people, there are quarantine signs and body bags. The air rings with silence, and in it there's the foul creeping odor of something terrible afoot. You're trying to make out the end of the bridge in the rain when... Mareed? You freeze. A voice echoes through the mist, anxious, painfully familiar in its concern. You look away. A young vigilante in a gas mask is pushing through the billowing rain. He's wiping raindrops from his lenses, struggling to make you out. Mareed, is that you? See, this is why Horatio is like easily like, why isn't he the like, he's the nice one.
I have a creeping sense we're gonna get him killed. I'm realizing that, but anyway, yeah, let's make friends with or be friends with Horatio.
Horatio,
a friend on the inside is useful.
I mean, I have a feeling that this dude's like, this is a poll, but I feel like this dude's Joxer. Like,
oh, accurate.
Like, this dude is Ted Raimi. This dude is hapless and wonderful and bad at cards and all things. Mareed? Oh, Primes, what's happened to you? Horatio's uniform is faded and a little ragged, and his natron inlaid overcoat is ill-fitting. Rain pools in the crevices of his leather gloves. Rain pools in the crevices of his leather gloves as he takes your hand. I thought you were with Dr. Kavala, he says. She didn't. What do we choose?
I don't want to talk about me. Let's talk about you.
Yeah, okay. Where were you? Horatio looks at his feet. The captain told me to get a mask, he says, and this coat. We have to wear these now. I didn't want to leave the clinic, but she's just sent me on an errand.
Yeah. I don't want to lie to him, but he's a sweet, stupid boy, and we need all the firepower we can get.
Yeah, no, he's going to be mad. Also, like, still 100% behind Dr. Kavala. Like, we just are doing exactly what she said not to. She just sent me on an errand, you lie. I'll be back to the clinic soon. Horatio gives you a long look as the rain falls and the wind curls through the street. His dark eyes gaze through gas mask glass into yours. I was there, he says. When they brought you in, you were dying. I'm not dead, you tell him. Not yet. Yeah, I can see that. Horatio steps closer as if to hug you, but you reflexively stop him with a hand. You're caught off guard for a moment, and so is he. Sorry, you say. It's just... No, it's fine. Horatio takes a step back. He shakes his head. Come back soon, all right? It's dangerous out now, and we'll be waiting for you, both of us, me and Dr. Kavala. You nod awkwardly. I'll be back soon, you say. Take care of Dr. Kavala for me. You turn away from your old friend and start walking. You don't look back for fear that you won't have the willpower to lie to him again.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on Via Terminalis West Street.
I'm wondering if that actually was a narratively impactful choice. Well, guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Quarantine signs and body bags are probably just flavor text, right?
I wouldn't mind reading them, though.
Yeah, let's check it out.
The ink is starting to run in the rain. A funeral procession passes by. The scale of the outbreak is beginning to dawn on you.
Yikes. Alright, so, if I recall correctly, the canal to the south has that creepy door we couldn't get in, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to go see if it's unlocked, or what's up with the condemned block? I don't recall.
With the condemned block, that's where we were found. I would go back there and see what's up.
Yeah, there's probably some clues.
Here crouch the blackened husks of buildings, now little more than skeletons awaiting demolition. A chained-up gate bars access to the plot. The only remaining path leads south, back to the lights of the Via Terminalis. Blood is pooling in the crevices of the pavement just behind the gate.
Okay.
X that blood.
X that gate.
Is that blood yours?
Oh, God.
The gate is crisscrossed with chains and rusted shut.
Go figure.
Cut
Okay.
Chains with scalpel. Okay. It would take... Oh, okay. So we don't really need the with scalpel. It would take months to saw through the chains with your scalpel alone. Okay.
I mean, come on. Marie, we're spunky. We're not that spunky. Insane idea. Can we go back to the body bags and try to use our creepy body visaging thing on it?
Yeah. Put endoscope in bag. The piled up body bags aren't something you can thread the endoscope into. Fair.
I mean, okay. So, I guess we only, we can go to the Canal to the South or the Southeast Via Terminalis. What do you want to do?
We have to go to the channel work. Well, you know what?
Oh, let's go. How long has it been since we looked at our damn journal?
Yeah, that's literally what I just did.
Great minds.
It's like, I'm actually not totally clear what I need to do right now. There's nothing left to say. I've burned my bridges. I'm sorry. Now it's time to do what I set out to do. Redden, Dr. Arturus, all of them. I'm going to make sure they didn't die in vain. Current objectives. Find the place from Redden's vision. Redden's vision showed me a canal or sewer somewhere in the channel works where he was drinking. So we need to get to the channel works and down to a sewer. What? So my worry is this. I'm looking at this map. Do you think that they would have blockades from the Grand Forum into the Terminalis and then into the channel works?
Only one way to find out.
Or do you think we could just, like, go to the southeast? It doesn't look like we need to. I think we can just go directly there.
As we have observed several times while playing this game, this is well designed enough that we're not going to lock ourselves out. Let's try to take the direct path, because we're going to get routed to the roundabout one anyway.
We're at the Via Terminalis Bridge. Hear your footsteps echo like a crowd among the arches and cobblestones. Endlessly does the rain dash itself against the bridge, making the bilious canal churn with forbidding mist and the eyes of the wayside statues run with tears. A vigilance checkpoint blocks the path to the southeast. You can only retrace your steps northward, northwest, or failing that, descend a clandestine stairway to the south. So yeah, let's go south.
I'll...
Oh, there was more. As you take a moment to catch your bearings, a mysterious hooded woman climbs up the steps from the south. She takes a fleeting glance at you. She withdraws as if stung and walks away quickly across the bridge to the northwest. We should probably follow that person.
Yeah, that seems sensible.
So yeah, south is the answer, but
I bet if we had tried to go southeast, there would have been another checkpoint or a bullshit block.
you spy the hooded woman on the side of the street. As you catch up with her, she notices you and flees south along the canal.
Ooh,
Keep
chasing.
following her. Glittering waters roar alongside the footpath, running from north to south in an ever-restless torrent. North lies the Via Terminalis, and beyond it the mouth of the channel works. To the south, the path descends by steps and turns, ending in the algae and grime of Upper Riggertown. The entrance to Riggertown appears to be blocked by a Vigilates checkpoint. There will be no going south from here.
Okay.
The hooded woman is climbing down through the manhole,
Hey!
having opened it by unknown means. As you approach, she lifts her head. Only darkness is visible beneath her hood. She regards you like that, the rain and the wind tugging at the hem of her cloak, before she disappears into the manhole and slams it firmly shut behind her. You rush over and pull at the manhole cover, but it's useless. However she did it, the manhole seems to be locked from the inside. But the chase may not have been in vain after all. In her haste, the woman seems to have left an odd-looking stone behind. Get stone! As you pick up the stone, you realize that it's shaped like some kind of puzzle piece or key. I remember this. The manhole is securely closed. So I think what we need to do is go back, go south, down those steps, and there's something to put this key into.
And now we finally find out the origin of Leela's parenthood.
Yeah, right? Southeast. For a moment, inexplicably, there's the smell of rotting meat. Then it's gone. All right, the canal side steps. The mist of the bilious canal slicks this cramped and winding stairway, and the rusted railings are battered with white spray. The bustle of the bridge reverberates, cascading down the steps until it sinks beneath the dark, rushing water. Among the moss and graffiti at the east embankment, a mysterious iron door is set into the stone. Okay, X graffiti. Because this, I remember specifically, this was the puzzle that got me stuck for 2 days.
Oh, well,
And it is so simple. It's just like a little bit of guess the verb.
Well, even the greatest of text adventures does, a fly in the ointment and such. All right, let's give it a shot.
I felt justified in our book club because I brought that up and they were like, yeah, right? Like, of all places, of all times. It was nice to know I was not the only one. Various vandalisms and aspirated paint. There are the usual signatures and faux alchemical designs, as well as more esoteric images of the celestial and fantastical. Here, a three-headed sphinx, there, a crescent inscribed among stars. X, the moss. Grim tufts of pelagic moss, a darklands weed notoriously difficult to eradicate. X, the door? An iron door flush with the embankment. It's dirty, but without rust, and unmarked except for a crescent-shaped window. There is no handle.
Pelagic is another alchemy thing, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Pelagic is another alchemy thing, isn't it?
No, it's deep ocean.
Oh.
Yeah, the pelagic zone is like the last bits of visible light, I think. I might be wrong.
What a beautiful word. What a beautiful word for a beautiful thing. Can we look at that window?
Yeah. So one of the faces of the key is crescent-shaped and covered in moss and graffiti paint. The window is a barred, crescent-shaped window with the horns pointing upward. Put key in window. The window is the wrong size and the stonework key doesn't fit through the bars. The key must belong somewhere else.
All right. So our goal... Can we look at the journal again real quick?
Yeah.
I imagine it's going to confirm what I think is the case, which is that our goal right now is to get into this mysterious door. Finally, yeah, okay, yeah, all right. Can we get some moss?
Yeah, like, what can we use to clear the moss? Yeah, let's just try getting the moss.
Yeah.
Okay, moss is mapped to the stonework key.
Okay. That's probably like at least like that's an implicit clue. Can we try to cut moss with our scalpel, maybe?
If you did that, moss might start growing on your scalpel.
Isn't it enchant? Never mind. Well, fuck me. Let's look at the door again, please. You know that. Sorry, go.
It's flush with the embankment. It's dirty, but without rust. It's unmarked except for a crescent-shaped window. There is no handle.
You know that JRAM is in full IF puzzle-solving mood when she asks you to X everything 3 times over and then look at the room about 20 times.
No, please do. This is the main thing that I miss when I do streams that are by myself. Because I sit there and I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? Well, I'm just going to walk around. And it's like, no, why aren't you like looking at everything?
We looked at the window. Can we knock on the door?
There is no response.
Why don't we go back up the steps to the Via Terminalis, where I don't think we explored last time. I don't think there's a wait. Wait. What about that gate? What about that gate in the abandoned block?
Maybe. So I was just trying things while you were thinking, and I tried white moss, and the most common way to remove pelagic moss involves a flamethrower.
Do we have anything that makes fire?
We have an animus lantern.
We can't use our dad's soul on a bullshit gate puzzle.
No. This is different. This is a different soul. Don't worry about it. It's someone else's dead dad.
You know, before you shatter the animus lantern, just remember, she was someone's daughter.
I'm gonna save. No. Okay, well, that was my idea. It's better to keep the animus lantern on your person.
I mean, yeah. I get it. Would be real easy if we could just flamethrower our way through this, though.
Right? Touching the moss, the surface is furred and entirely unpleasant. Bullshit, moss feels amazing. Calling shenanigans. Moss, good.
Moss is extremely good. Yeah, no, moss haters get bent.
Hug moss. You achieve nothing by this. Okay, fine.
Caress the moss to your face. Um,
Pet moss.
it's so soft.
Oh man, and moss is like slightly active. Like it'll like reach out to you a little bit. Moss is great.
Yeah, there are some really interesting biological things about it. I will not go on a moss clade tangent on this IF Text Venture Tuesday. Not doing that. No, we're solving a puzzle here. All right, focus, people. By people, I
right.
mean myself and Marid. Come on, Marid, get your shit together. All right. So, what are our options here? Where are we standing? We're standing in front of the bronze door.
We're in front of the east embankment, which has a mysterious iron door. That
Iron
is
door.
south of the Via Terminalis. If you're looking at the map, it's kind of in that space between the road and the basilica.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and pull up our handy dandy map here, which I should have done probably about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it is the only way that I've been able to do this. It's the
I
same
see.
with some of the other ones that I've played with, like physical maps where you're just like, all right, where the heck am I? This one's a little bit less exact, and I think it's stronger for it. So what are you thinking?
Dude, this is great. Like, honestly, I am so fucking happy right now, Dougie. This is my happy place. Like, um, hmm. Let's. We tried to go north. That was barred by the gate. Can we head back the way we came, please?
Sure. I am sending you something on Discord, however, just in case we want to cheat our way out of this.
Well, you know.
I you know
Well, hang on. All right, I got this. It is 2 hours, 42 minutes, and 59, 43 minutes into the stream. If we have not solved this by 2 hours, 47 minutes into the stream, then we will look at the thing.
works. There's
All
also
right.
a built-in hint system.
What? I'm sorry, wait, there's a hint system?
Yes, I forgot
Are you
that.
kidding me? All right, fine. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself.
Oh, cool. There's only 4 days. Oh, thank God. I was a little broken. So yeah, so there's a built-in hint system if we want it for day 3. But let's struggle against this a little bit.
Sorry, idiotic question. Are we over the canal right now?
We are next to canal.
To the west or the east?
I believe.
To the west, right? Because if we try to go south, Riggertown is to the south. Okay, got it. Well, fuck.
Yes. No. We're to the east. We're on the east embankment.
Oh shit! No, you're right. You're right. You are. My apologies. So we could try to get to the basilica if we went to the south. All right. We said we had until 2:47, right? So
Yeah.
I'm sticking. Let's go north.
Okay, we've gone north. We're on the bridge.
Okay. what happens if we try to go southeast? Yes, it's a checkpoint. What happens at the checkpoint?
The Vigilance checkpoint will stop you. If you go that way, there must be another way to the channel works.
Fuck me. All right, fine. Let's try northwest.
Empty street.
Okay.
We have
and
the condemned block to the north. South entrance to Riggertown appears to be blocked by a Vigilance checkpoint. There will be no going south from here.
Fuck. All right, that's what I was trying to check. Okay, cool. My only other idea is the condemned block and trying to use the key, which I think we already did, question mark?
No, we did not. Use key on
Gate.
Yeah, it's like a rock. It's definitely that door. It's definitely that door. Touch key to graffiti. Push key in wall. Put key in wall. Let's look at the graffiti again. X crescent graffiti?
A three-headed sphinx and a crescent inscribed among stars. Okay, so we need to find some stars. Wait. Do we need to go back to where Lady disappeared? On the east side of the bridge and try to find some graffiti that corresponds with the stars?
Sure, let's try that. So she disappeared following the canal. We should be able... Yeah, so we have the manhole here. There's algae and grime. That's it.
Well, I'm out of ideas. And we are a full minute past our deadline. Let's have an Invisiclue.
So I'm going to go back there because I'm 99% sure. How do I get to the channel works? You need to find the place from the vision which is near the channel works. But you can't get past the roadblocks. You have to go around the checkpoints, which we've done. You'll have to take an even more obscure route. It's a door that you may have noticed before but never gone through. Down the steps. Someone was coming out the other way.
Yes, like...
Yeah, I mean, it's giving us a full walkthrough.
But we know all of this, though. Like, I know that it's one of these two rooms. It's either the room on the west side or the room on the east side.
All right, we have gotten to getting the key. Specifically, it opens the door under the bridge where she came from.
Okay, how do we find that door, though? Like...
What else is under the bridge and made of stone and covered in moss and graffiti? The embankment.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Try examining the graffiti on the east embankment further. We have done that. Touch the graffiti.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That is Bullshit.
Running your fingers over the graffiti, you are startled to discover that the crescent in the graffiti conceals some kind of keyhole.
I'm sorry, Chin Kee Yong. I adore your work. I don't mean to cast aspersions on you. That puzzle was terrible, though.
I remember that one in particular, and I knew it was guess the verb. Like, you know exactly what it is. You just need to guess the right verb.
There's no indication in the setup that you need to actually touch the graffiti. All that it says is that the crescent moon goes in the right place. You don't need to caress the stars. Well, anyway.
Yeah, and the fact that it's touch graffiti and not touch the crescent or like whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, the stonework key fits into the mural with a tingle, as though an alchemical glyph has been completed. The world blurs into the rain and the rain into the world, and you see it. A change in the order of the skeins that are woven before you. The iron door swings open. Enter. Enter door. In this lightless passage, the air is still and the sounds of the world seem to die. Yet the tunnel is alive nonetheless. It teems with raindrops seeping from unseen cracks, sparkling with mirth as they reflect the dancing eye of your animus light. To the west, you hear the echoing roar of the bilious canal. In the east, there is murmuring and a candlelit glow. We are going east.
Oh, obviously.
You are in a massive subterranean chamber, dark but for the glittering glyphs and candlelight. There are countless pipes and galvanic lines running from the city's workings into the heart of this chamber. And there a great sculpture rises, many-headed and many-armed like a monstrous, irradiated god.
I am throwing up the double horns right now.
A crowd of worshippers, all mutants, is kneeling before the sculpture in prayer. A green-robed patriarch stands among them, overseeing the ceremony, and he looks at you. Hello, child. It is a voice that throbs as though it were bubbles of vocalization escaping from broth. He regards you with a face full of holes and crinkles his jaw in a way approximating a smile. Woman of action, we try to stay calm.
Agreed. Also, this scene rules.
Hello. You muster. Your voice is trembling. Oh, the mutant exclaims. You are not of our kind. My sincerest apologies. At least you think it's a he. He reaches behind himself with a gaunt arm and pulls his hood up. Colorful streamers dangle in front of his face, veiling its ragged angles from sight. I'm so very sorry for the shock. He steps closer. We receive so few visitors, especially from the world above.
I like to think that we're colorful streamers. Let's go diplomatic. I me llamo Marid. ¿Qué pasa?
Greetings, Marid. The mutant inclines his head. Marid Orfea, is it not? You are a brave woman to venture so far from home.
Okay. Well, all right. Dialogue tree time. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right. Who are you?
1, 2, and then I think either 3 or 4 will probably give us a branch.
I've forgotten my manners. He clasps his hand together. Forgive me, I am Natos. Natos Webai. But here most call me Patriarch Natos. Here I am. He sweeps a robed arm around the chamber. Here is my congregation. What is this place? You gaze at the terrible Hydra in steel, and the dozens of mutants prostrating themselves before it. You are not from the Basilica, then. Thank the stars. The Patriarch laughs wetly and shakes his head. And here I was, preparing to offer you a bribe. A bribe? We are outcasts, my child, cast out from the temple of your people to walk the dark places. Tell me. He fixes you with an eyeless gaze. What do you know of reason and of mutant kind? What the hell do we know?
Oh, Christ almighty.
Reason is the law that governs all things, just as the philosophers govern society. Mutants, your people, were exiled to the Darklands and mutated by the Irradiata. I've come to realize that I know a lot less about the world than I thought I did.
It is the wise woman who admits how little she knows. I do love the word Irradiata, though.
I mean, none of these things are false, per se.
Let's do 3.
All right. I've come to realize that I know a lot less about the world than I thought I did. The patriarch regards you quietly for a while, a little eerily, though not without fondness. You are wiser than I was at your age, he says. There are many things I don't know, you say, and I've seen some things that make me question myself. Very well, very well. He nods, and for a moment you wonder if he's not smiling beneath his hood. Then, with a gnarled hand, he gestures at the statue of the Hydra. Now, it's my turn to answer, he says. You ask me, my child. What is this place? It's a church, if you would like to call it that. Here we worship and we pray and we venerate the old traditions from the Darklands. Our rites have been handed down through generation after generation of mutants, and so they have passed into my care. Before you is a likeness of Anu Va, the Hydra god. It is one of the powers in the world, although the philosophers would have you believe that it's not so. Trust me, for I have seen the Hydra with my own eyes. We worship and we give offerings so that its terrible chaos does not consume us. And you do this in secret, you say. Indeed, Patriarch Nato says, the philosophers do not take kindly to those who challenge their sacred idols, reason or knowledge or the scientific method. They call us cultists or else subversives and persecute us as they persecuted our ancestors. They will not admit that there are answers that cannot be found in textbooks or that there are things reason cannot explain. That's why we hold our services in this abandoned cistern and why we have to bribe council officials from time to time.
I want that line delivery of, that's why we hold our services in this abandoned cistern, to be my ringtone for you saying that forever.
You could always clip it.
I'm getting a bad feeling from these guys.
What? How?
I'm not sure. It's just me.
Yeah, it's just you. He's just like a priest worshipping a giant, like, set of collapsed girders called a Hydra.
Yeah, that recognize a thing from space, which we cannot know. Okay, so option 1, play nice. Option 2, pursue the investigation. Option 3, be a cop.
I think pursue the investigation.
Concurred. Go for it.
Do you know a mutant woman with a distinctive smile? One with lots of teeth? The patriarch nods grimly. I knew the one of whom you speak, he says. Carnicer was her name. We have not seen her here in some time. I had my misgivings about the paths in life she had chosen. It is a tragedy that her choices led her to such a terrible end.
Let's play nice. I mean, these mutants, if they are evil, are a pawn of something bigger, I think.
Why do you think the mutants are evil? All the mutants have been cool. This is, I think, the first mutant that we've talked to that can talk.
They're hanging out in a creepy abandoned church, worshipping a eminent malevolent entity from beyond the stars.
J-Ram.
Yes.
Are Callisto and the Morlocks bad guys?
Oh, don't ask me that. Shut up.
I hope I'm not trespassing, you say.
Being an anti-hero is not the same as being a bad guy, okay?
There was a woman who dropped a key in a hurry, and the patriarch tilts his head. You are a friend of ours, are you not? If you are not, I'm afraid this conversation will take a rather unpleasant turn.
Oh no, we're definitely a friend of the mutants. Obviously, 100%.
Yes, you say. Yes, I'm a friend. Then you have nothing to worry about. He chuckles, his chest heaving wetly. As long as you pledge to leave us in peace, we'll afford you the same respect. I trust we are clear on this. Yes, sir. Very good. Also, just straight up, that is one of my favorite, things that you can do with a character is just yeah, no, I'm going to threaten you with a giant smile on my face and mean that smile, 100%.
While my chest heaves wetly.
Yeah. Are you aware that the Channelworks district is under quarantine? Huh. What is that about? Is that what this is about? Patriarch Natos exhales softly. The streamers covering his face flutter. We know of the quarantine, he says. We knew before the council announced it. It is difficult to miss the movement of the Vigilates, the roadblocks appearing along the carriageways, if you have eyes and ears. I'm investigating the disease, you tell him. I need to get to the Channelworks. I have reason to believe it may be the source of the outbreak. Is that so? He pauses. Are you certain about this, child? I'm certain enough to stake my life on it. Patriarch Natos eyes you gravely, his robes billowing in the candlelight. Finally, he turns and beckons for you to follow. He leads you to an abandoned aqueduct, cracked and tunnel-like, running north and south through the center of the dome. To the north, through a grate, you see a curtain with a black cross crudely painted on it. We are beneath the alchemical junction along the Via Terminalis, he says. This is an ancient maintenance tunnel. If you go straight along the aqueduct, it'll take you directly to the Channelworks pumping station. And if you wish to stay beneath the notice of the quarantine enforcers, it may be the only way to reach the Channelworks. But I'm loath to see you go, my child. You see, my congregation has avoided this tunnel for as long as I've ever known. It's said to be cursed.
What do you mean, son?
What do you mean, cursed? I mean what I say. He lowers his head solemnly. Ever since we began our worship here, all who have chanced to go into the passage have died.
I'm gonna guess this is a 1, 2, 3, 4. I do want to see those bodies, though.
Yeah, I think I'm not even gonna ask. Can we just look at the bodies? Can I see the bodies? I am afraid not, Patriarch Natos says. There was a time when we buried those who had succumbed to the curse, but we soon found that the curse could linger in the graves. These days we incinerate the bodies. We do not take chances.
Bullshit. Bullshit you do. He's hiding a body. Let's do 1 and 2.
Yeah. How do the deaths happen, you ask? It is different every time, Patriarch Natos says. Now and again, one of us is foolhardy enough to brave the passage. They will go, and they will return, seemingly none the worse for wear. They will always say the same thing, that it is only an old disused aqueduct, and there is nothing for us to fear. And yet, within the week, it will transpire that some terrible malady has befallen the explorer. They will bleed from within, or they will go insane, or their flesh will melt off their bones. And then they will die. Does anyone else know about this curse? He shrugs. In the beginning, we tried to get help, discreetly, of course. There's a appeal somewhere in the Basilica that a magistrate sympathetic to us has filed, but no one has come. I can only assume that it has fallen through the cracks of your bureaucracy. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful. You do not seem to be dissuaded, Patriarch Natos observes. You think of Redden's black eyes, full of forlorn hope. You feel the weight of your pendant on your skin. I see, the Patriarch says. You are determined. Very well. I hope you know what you're doing. He unlocks the grate and with a tumultuous creaking pulls it open on its hinges. The ink-stained curtain billows like a flag. Thank you, you say, for showing me the way. He nods. Good luck on your journey, Merit Orphea. May the Hydra have mercy upon you. That rolled.
So, do you think there's a key for the appeal? Think there's it involves maybe playing some party games, or having some soul food, or perhaps engaging in a little teacher draft.
All right, are we going?
I'm not proud of my love of TV sketch comedy, but I do have it though. Like,
where the heck are we going?
I would like to examine everything in this room. Good God.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
look at
no.
this. So start me off.
We've drawn comparisons several times before as we have gone through various environments and rooms of IF to the D&D environments that you and I create, and, you know, all of our brethren and sistren and non-gender specific sibling create. This, if we had even a spark of the inspiration to create an environment half this rad, like,
Right.
Like,
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about like all the like demon places that I've made. I'm just like, man, none of them are this cool.
all right, let's check out the sculpture. Did we look at the sculpture before?
We have not looked at anything.
Can we try? Okay, so let's look at the sculpture. Let's try to talk to the crowd. And I don't think Natos is going to talk to us anymore.
I mean, I could do that voice all day. The sculpture is a strange and terrible mutant built of optical illusions and alien angles. Many times larger than a man, it looks down on the worshipping congregation with 1,000 fearsome heads, each one an impressionistic smear blending into the next.
Okay, so I have never regretted that we don't go on video for the stream. This is the one time in which you could see me simultaneously throwing up the horns and doing the True Detective like cigarette smoke face. Fuck yes, this is my shit right here.
Yeah, this is very good.
Let's check out the crowd, and then I think we probably should go.
All right. Some wear work uniforms or plain coats, but most are wearing the hooded garments popular among many mutants.
Can we talk to him? I'm gonna guess no, but...
It seems the worshippers are busy with more important things.
Fair enough. Wilp?
Yeah, let's go in the Death Aqueduct.
Why not?
The candlelight dies here where the aqueduct narrows. The ragged curtain hides a dark and dismal tunnel which bristles with rusted wires and broken pressure valves. And all around you, pale and half-formed, lurking in the crevices of your consciousness, are the spirits of the dead. You can follow the aqueduct south to the underground church or northwest where it opens out into the pouring rain. Let's talk to spirits.
Dedoy.
You fix the wandering spirits in your mind's eye. The tunnel melts into the rain and catches fire and shifts. This is a dead place. You should not be here. I come in peace. Who are you? What happened to you? I'm here on an important mission.
I mean... There's no option for Klaatu and Nikto, so I'm gonna vote one.
Then why do you disturb us?
It's really important?
I'm here on an important mission, you say. Hundreds of people are dead in the district. I think it may have something to do with the channel works. It might even be related to how you died. So the curse has found the upper city at last. So that is what it took for them to send someone. What do you want? Do you know what exactly killed you? What do you remember of your time in this passage? Do you have any advice?
Oh, can we save real quick? Because this seems like a branch is gonna lock us off from everything else.
Yeah. Saved.
Yeah. I want to know number one for sure.
Do you know exactly what killed you? No. Death came for us without a sound. If we knew, we would have told the others.
Oof.
What do you remember? Do you have any advice?
Okay, so we can exhaust this tree. All right, cool. Yeah, 1, 2.
What do you remember of your time in this passage? This passage is our grave. We remember it clearly. Or do we? We do not remember the end. None of us do. Strange. It never seemed relevant. Do you think your memories were manipulated? The way none of the spirits remember the end of the passage is suspicious. It reminds you of an old rumor you heard at college. You never really believed it, but now... Do you think your memories were manipulated, you ask? Like what they say the philosophers once did to dissidents. What you speak of is only a rumor. We do not know what to believe. It may be as you say, but we would rather not speculate on ghost stories. It's a cute pun. Do you have any advice for me?
Yeah.
Don't die.
I mean, solid.
Good luck. Have fun. Thank you for your help. Good luck, girl who talks to spirits. You close your mind's eye, the fire consumes you, and the world shifts. Ah, that was so cool. I don't think I did that.
Yeah, dude. File that one away for our future IF game, which we will get around to writing one of these days. Ghost scene, real good. Ghost scene as exposition, double plus good.
Yeah, I mean, I think about like that Speak the Dead spell in Dungeons and Dragons. Like, it's always really hard when you do like talk to ghost scenes because obviously you want them to be cryptic, but they also have to be useful. And like, I think that one in particular did a good job of like threading that needle. You know, because it wasn't like talking to Raiden, how are we pronouncing his name now?
I believe.
Where like it was single words and things like that. Like the strength of the spirits or whatever all working together to like make full sentences. I think that was like interesting and sort of does a good job of like building these like quiet world building. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it and it's just like trying to get just go, dude, just go north.
With the how do I say this? they're two different mediums, right? With IF, you're talking with the writer one on one. And really, the writer is pretty much talking to you 90% of the time. With something like a tabletop, um, because it's just us here, and this will get cut out of the highlights, I will use the example of my character, Maurice, trying to talk to a character that we murdered viciously, which we didn't have to, by the way. You made that happen. Um, my assumption immediately was that she was going to lie. 100%. Like, why would this ghost have any motivation to tell us the truth? Because there aren't rules defined there in the way there are rules and structures and, support girders and beams and walls the way there is in IF.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, conceivably they could be lying to us.
Of course, right. But
there's no, like, again though, there's like no reason. Anyway,
let me open up this dialogue conversation. We're not going to close it or even explore it fully right now. But I've been thinking about this a lot recently because I watched the really great H-Bomb video on Deus Ex 2. Have you seen this?
I might have. I've watched a couple of his video game videos.
Oh, he's so good. Um, it is 50% a great look into just sort of behind the scenes, a tortured production angle of video games in the late 10s. And 50% an exploration of what an immersive sim is supposed to be, right? And there's only been a handful of them in video games. The idea that you can use anything to solve any puzzle. And even the word use is up for define that loosely. Because you're working in a physical quote unquote space in the context of the game. And I've always thought that IF has such potential to be an immersive sim in that way. Because why do you think I'm obsessed with Xing every single noun in the room description? Because that's the context of reality that you are given at that moment. And the really good IF author is gonna give you everything. Unfortunately, that's really hard to do in dialogue trees. Coming back to the D&D analogy, your players will always surprise you. But if you write a dialogue tree, you get 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not a complaint, per se. Just an observation of the beautiful and intricate differences between media.
No, yeah, 100%. And, like, I still... So one of the things that gosh, why can I not remember the name of this game? Mind Wheel. So Mind Wheel is the same engine as Breakers, which I really liked everything except for the fact that I couldn't get through the first puzzle at all. And that made me really sad. Because everything that I saw other than that was like really, really cool. One of the things that's cool about it is the dialogue machine.
Okay.
So instead of like a dialogue tree, it's closer to Infocom's dialogue, but I feel like at least initially it was significantly better in that, like, it would sort of understand, like, it wasn't looking just for keywords. Part of it was that you were supposed to try to talk to it like in full sentences.
Yeah, never a good idea.
It works pretty well. So the parser is their own parser, and they called it better than Zork because it was better than Zork.
A bold move.
Yeah. But when it was better than Zork. It came out like a couple years after Zork. Unfortunately, the developer who actually worked on like a ton of games, like still works in the industry kind of thing.
Nice.
But they never improved on the parser. So they made 7 games and released 4. And over the course of like 5 or 6 years. But during that time, like, the Infocom parser got incrementally better with every single game, and their parser stayed the same. But the dialogue stuff was actually really interesting. You could like, they wouldn't respond to just like character, comma, name. It would have to be like, well, what is your name? What do you think about this? So like, it was interesting. It was definitely like a way to do dialogue in a way that they were trying to make more, because their whole point was that these aren't even games. These are interactive novels. Or like electronic novels was the word that they used.
I would love to see an example of this play out, because I think I'm parsing what you're saying, unintended for once in my life. But I think you're saying that the exploration aspect, the how your PC moves around the world and interacts with the world got better, but the interactivity with NPCs got worse or stayed the same. Correct?
Yeah, so like Infocom games started to figure this out and like went a different direction. They like further and further got away from like, oh, okay, let's look for keywords. Let's like try to talk about it. But like this parser in particular was built to like take not natural, but like somewhat natural language coming into it. It was definitely interesting. But no, you should definitely, Mind Wheel is definitely one for you to play for sure.
We'll bookmark that for a Tuesday where you can't make it.
Yeah. That would actually be awesome. It's a Tuesday I can't make, and I force you to play a game from like the 80s.
Oh, I'm gonna go on cam and get the most obnoxious, like, guy VTuber anime, like Avatar. It's going to be a rad.
I would absolutely love to see your VTuber. Speaking of VTubers, do you want to go north?
Sure.
I guess northwest. Is there anything else in here? Not really. Pressure valves that are broken. It was really Talk to the Dead there. No, not NQ.
Yeah, not to fuck with here, except for the giant horde of wispy dead ghosts.
We're in Raiden's Haunt. In the shadow of the channel works is this little crumbling ledge where the roof is caved in and rain batters stone. Here's a manhole and a waterway heaving with the Hydra Aquifera's runoff. Beside it is a broken old chair surrounded by dozens of wine bottles. In their glass, you see distorted the face of the channel works above and the fury of the bilious canal below. To the southeast, the aqueduct leads back to the mutant church. To the north, you can enter the bowels of the channel works. A tiny string of glistening black runs along the ground and disappears into the north pipe. All
Okay.
right.
What's in our inventory right now?
Animus pendant, Natron jacket, clothes, practitioner's badge, scalpel, purse, antiseptic cloth, endoscope. The Dr. Cavala's signum, an Animus lantern providing light. Yesterday's newspaper, a 4th of Aquaria newspaper, a note with Swaro's address, some drink coupons, a ticker tape reel, and a gift note.
Okay. I was thinking we could use something to capture some of that glistening black stuff from the pipe, but let's check out that glistening black stuff from the pipe.
It's a trail of some kind of liquid, shadowy in its consistency. You would have missed it if not for the way it caught your lantern's animus light. Something about it feels wrong. I want to look at these bottles. Boodles.
Yes.
It's the same brand you saw in Redden's Shack. Can we get a bottle? You didn't need the empty bottles in Redden's Shack, and you certainly don't need them now.
Fair enough.
A little snippy about it, but yeah, fair.
Does Marie drink? I don't think we do.
Yes, she does.
Oh, yeah. Because we had a cocktail at the bar with the meat and bartender. What's in the room again?
We have a manhole, waterway, broken chair.
Yeah, let's check all three of those things, please.
It's a rusted manhole with a dented grill. On closer examination, it's too small for you to fit into, but a goblin-sized person might be able to climb in. It looks like a shaft runs all the way from this manhole to Riggertown. Your guess is that a certain goblin has been using this manhole to sneak onto this ledge beneath the channel works.
Mm-hmm.
The waterway is a solution of horrible-smelling alchemical detritus. It runs from the wastewater channels leading out of the channel works. And then the chair. A tiny ricketing folding steel chair. You see the stamp of the Council of Works on its backrest.
Well, we're clearly supposed to go north. Can we take the chair, though?
There's no point in carrying this thing around. Look, you had us take a stool before.
We were simultaneously carrying a stool and a full-sized adult ladder. All right, fine. Let's go north. Fucking bullshit.
Transfusion pipe Scorpio. You are in the belly of the beast now, and one of the many pipes that radiate from the channelwork's pumping heart. Here the walls are sloped and plated in ancient sigilled brass, leaving you only a precarious steel catwalk to tread upon. Below and alongside you, rushing water flows, filling the pipe with a roaring echo like a tempestuous ocean. You can follow the pipe north or south. A black ribbon winds through a hairline crack in the brass plating, flowing in its steady drip from the north.
SOP, check out the plating, and then go north.
Sigils against corrosion are inscribed upon the brass, covering the entire interior of the pipe like an interlaced web. Okay. Let's go north. We're in the hydromotive control. They had fun writing these room names. From this observation deck, you can see the grand scale of the operation of the channel works. A solid mass of machinery extends everywhere within this ancient building, filling its dome chambers and its high stone arches. Everywhere you look, pipes converge in a dizzying cacophony of hissing steam and flowing water, of whirling turbines and rolling metal drums. A foul-smelling tunnel leads out of the channel works to the south. There is a console here and a hydraulic door to the east, which stands out from all the others. The black trail flows from one of the leaking pipes near this door. Let's look at the pipes. It's the processed lifeblood of the district.
They could have so easily put the parallel and perpendicular description again, but Marid's past that at this point.
Well, these are not like having an Eldritch moment. These are going into the like more orderly part of the channel works. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not a chase scene, but it's still an item. Like, you can just link the noun pipes to that one description.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's, again, like, the amount of care that went into writing this. So what else do we have? We have the machinery. Oops. They're the workings that underpin a society, which so few are able to glimpse. Oh, hey, there's a console here. It's a grand table finished in rosewood and orichalcum. There are a myriad different needles and indicator bulbs labeled with arcane symbols and organized with geometric precision. An ink-stained memo has been left on one wing of the console. Beside it, there is a row of pistons with handles that can be pushed or pulled. Save. Oops.
Yeah, number one, let's save. Number two, we're finishing this shit tonight. I do not have the patience for a fucking push-pull lever puzzle. I'm sorry.
I can do it.
All right, knock yourself out, man. It is 3:32:40 into the stream. Well, I'll give you until 3:35.
Oh, you're not... Give me like 5-10 minutes here. Come on.
All right, fine. Knock yourself out. Like...
No, because this was the other big puzzle that folks said was difficult, and this was the one where I was like, no, this one makes sense.
This is more of a idiosyncrasy. I despise lever puzzles. Always have, always will. Don't got the brain for them. But I will watch impressively as you do it.
All right, reading the memo. I've shut the laboratory until the crisis blows over. No seal yet, but the pressure safety lock should be enough to keep muties out. S. Who is that S? We can think about that.
That's
right.
the Varian, right?
Yeah, I think so.
7? What was the guy's name?
Severus? Snape?
Journal? Journal help.
I just want... There's got to be something to tell me. All right. 1 is in, 2 is out, 4 is in, 7 is out, 10 is out. Extend 1. Extend I piston.
I guess the verb is probably either push or pull.
Push I. There we go. Okay, so pull.
You try to push, like, let's say 3.
Pull I. There we go. So pull is extend, push is retract. The 1 piston extends out of the console with a weighty hiss. Now the 1 piston is extended, the 2 piston is extended, the 4 piston is retracted, the 7 piston is extended. So let's just pull them all. Pull 4. No, God.
Oh, okay. So the nouns only correspond to the pistons that are available to us right now. Why did you even number them then? Good God. Sorry, I am sipping my margarita right now with the chagrined expression of somebody who played Riven 6 times without a walkthrough.
I don't know. So usually there's something that we can check. You have no idea what any of these readings mean.
Mm.
Okay. Cool.
So all of them are extended right now, and nothing seems to be happening. Can we push them all in, I guess?
Yes. That is exactly what I'm doing. Ooh, yes, here we go. The 7-piston retracts into the console with a weighty hiss. Now, almost all of them are retracted. The pressure lock on the door makes a pinging sound. Now it says hydraulic pressure above safety limits. Okay, retracting them all. So pull X. Pull 2. Oh, we can just use numbers. Thank God.
Have we gotten any hints or clues about the... Can we look at the memo again? It just said something about not sealing for the muties, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Fuck.
The pressure safety lock should be enough to keep the muties out. So it says hydraulic pressure below safety limits.
Can we try to open the door now?
Yeah. Let's Yeah, because we don't want it above. We want pressure low. X door. Oh. Yes. Open door. Oh, we have to get the hydraulic pressure. There we go. So we X the door to tell what the pressure is.
Oh, all right.
All right.
Why don't we yank that 10?
Hydraulic pressure above safety limits.
Oh, fuck. What happens when we pull the 10 and then X again? God damn it, I said I wasn't doing this. No, I'm not doing this. You got yourself into this mess. You can get yourself out of it.
Yeah, well, welcome to a lot of the streams that while I am doing this, please look up the answer in the Club Floyd walkthrough.
Don't call me out like that. I wasn't already doing that. Shut up.
Good. You see, you're not here for the like brutal 1980s like. All right, I guess I have like a real old school puzzle to deal with.
I have a job. I have too many things to do to push each of these fucking levers up and down and try the door again. Thank you. No.
With a satisfying metallic click, click, clicking, the hydraulic door unlocks and telescopes open. It took me 8 minutes.
Well done. I don't know why I did the sarcastic clap. That was genuinely impressive. All right. Shall we go in that door?
We're in a clandestine laboratory. It is dusky here and cold. Ooh, we have bad history with laboratories. The walls are austere bunker brass. Looming about are locked cabinets and metal crates stamped with esoteric ciphers. There's a laboratory counter that bristles with papers, alembics, siphons, the skeletons of mice, the detritus of knowledge. The floor is dirty and scuffed. The counter has been used recently. We're saving.
I'm getting extreme final boss layer vibes from this environment.
All right.
Also, how exactly is an alembic different from a siphon? They're basically the same thing, man.
You know what? I'm gonna Google what an alembic is. It is a 5-string bass, one of a kind.
Little dum-dum.
Okay. Fair. Yeah.
And what do you do to siphon something into a still? You siphon it. I think what this description is trying to convey is the person who lives here is doing science.
Parts of the rib cages are black and corroded, as if eaten from within. There are no anatomy that you can see.
Thank you for knowing that I wanted to look at the skeletons. All right, let's rock.
Yeah.
Oh, cabinets and crates?
Yeah, give me 1 second. This is not a real person. Ban. Yeah. Let's look at the crates. Recognize them as the type of crate used to transport dangerous substances. All right, open crate. All the crates are locked and bolted shut. You don't think you'll be able to get them open. Stop looking at this crap and just, look at something else. Aha, the counter. A cold desk light illuminates dated scientific theses and yellow medical reports. By the looming shadows of old alembics and siphons, there is a glass containment cage filled with skeletal corpses of mice. You feel like you need to investigate the items more closely. Fine. The alembics are opaque liquids in warped glass. They look like solutions of bile left to stand, or perhaps what is left after oxygen is purged from blood. And the siphons are droppers, needles, and syringes, glistening and ruddy from recent use. You notice a protruding shape hidden behind the siphons, cleverly concealed in the clutter of the laboratory counter.
And you get mad at me for examining every aspect of the environment.
No. I don't. Because I skip over this stuff. I'm just like, it's window dressing. Not, here's the thing to move the plot forward. What do you think the noun should be? Just shape?
Yeah. If the author has done their job,
It's a small push button.
Push the button! Push it, push it, push it, push it! Push it real good.
See, now you've got me on this, oh god, I've got to save every time. One of the cabinets swings open, revealing a secret passage to the east. Yeah, let's just crawl into a cabinet. It's a freezing cold storage chamber not meant for the living. Desolate mist fills the aisles between banks of opaque black vats, which cast long and looming shadows in the flickering light. In the faint glow of floor-to-ceiling sigil work, the silhouettes of isolation chambers are outlined along the walls. The exit is to the west. Pick a noun, any noun.
I can't get over the economy of language that also conveys the enormity and radness of the environments that we're in. This is a 2-sentence room description. Freezing cold storage chamber, not meant for the living. Desolate mist fills the aisles. Opaque black vats, shadows in the flickering light. Fuck me, that's good. God damn. Like, I want to look at those chambers. I'm pretty sure we're not going to like what's in them, though.
Person-sized capsules with a single door and a small crystal window. You recognize them from the college laboratories for the study of infectious diseases.
Saved, right? Open the door.
You open the chambers one by one. They're all empty.
Oh, shit. Okay, that's bad. How about the sigil work?
It's a massive cooling system inscribed in mercury.
Okay. Yeah, let's look around.
We got vats. We got huge alchemical storage vats. They're merciless pillars with empty visages. At first you think they are painted black. Then you look closer. The vats are filled with darkness. It is the ineffable blackness that you saw leaking from the pipes. It is the night that descends when you go to sleep or die. It is broiling and it is seething and it hurts your eyes. It hurts to see. It's like looking into a hole in the fabric of the universe. This is what you're looking at in these massive chilled storage vats. This is a laboratory for making more. I think we've gotten everything unless you want to look at something else.
Nah, we have plumbed the depths of this horrifying black laboratory. Do we haven't... Oh, this is the west. Shit. That's where we came in, right? Mm-hmm. Can we go... Huh. Well, fuck me. Back west, I guess?
Yeah, I think this is just like a place to go.
I'm gonna guess we look. Also, that is, if I may call it out, a very nice narrative convenience where the story thrusts you into this inner sanctum, this like creepy, laboratory where all the secret shit what get done. Oh no, it's too terrible for me to contemplate. I'm going to go back. And then the act of going back, retreading your steps, is what triggers what's about to happen right now.
You stumble back away from the cold, away from the terrible nothingness in those pillars' broils. You're fumbling, looking for the exit when someone there. You draw back, your heart racing. A voice rings through the channel works, and it's a familiar one. Damned mutants. Dr. Serpens's murmuring echoes. Who's there? Identify yourself. There's a loud hiss from the hydromotive control room. For a moment you hear nothing. Then it is there, the cold, atonal clanging of footfalls on metal. drawing closer and closer to where you are. You need to hide now. Save. Okay.
Yeah, hide in that.
What? Oh,
I mean,
in the chamber, you mean?
Years? Oh yeah, sorry. Chambers, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Although points if we could just, there's a separate ending for hydraulically freezing ourselves.
They're small, they're hidden, they're difficult to see into. They will have to be enough. You quickly tap all the sigils to close the open isolation chambers before picking one and sealing yourself inside. The door closes on you. The room warps and bends through the prism of its tiny window. The sarcophagus shuts. You snuff your animus lantern and crouch down as low as you can, huddled in the horrible sinking darkness. The seconds stretch on as you listen to that muffled thumping, 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 drawing ever closer and closer in the outside world. Here he comes. The floor reverberates dully with the impact of his passing. A second passes and there's another footstep, and then another second, with an almost interminable held breath between. The darkness closes in on you and the cold seems to worm its way into your fingers, and you bite down on the scream sob that threatens to escape your lungs as a shadow flits momentarily across the glass. It is torturous, and it doesn't end. It will not end. You dare not come out because you can see nothing, feel nothing. You hear nothing but these plodding footfalls which will not leave. You taste nothing but the stifling dampness of your own exhalation. You are beginning to wonder if you will die here. And then you hear him. What doing here? Justinian, boy, what permission from the inquest? I don't need your damned permission, doctor. What in the name of reason? He's outside. Oh, Primes. You stand up in the chamber very, very slowly, making sure that you are out of the thin light streaming through the crystal window. Then you brace yourself against the door and put one eye to the scene of the warped glass. You see the receding shape of Dr. Serpenza's coat. He steps out of the room, arguing with an adversary just out of earshot. The argument dies down and you hear the distant echo of footfalls fading into noise. Then Justinian comes into the room, his coat billowing, his eyes flashing. It's almost as though you can see firelight following him. He stops in the room and looks around, clearly distraught. "Mareed?" he yells. "Are you there, Mareed?" J-Ram. Are we calling out or are we going to remain hidden?
Oh, we need to ask ourselves some real truths about our character right now. So this is, I think, endgame, unequivocally. Would you like to save right now? Because I think that this is the first choice that puts us on the path to whatever of the 6 or so endings we'll get.
Yeah, sure.
So for first run, we'll do just Simp.
It is up to you. I think I have a feeling we will have time for just one ending.
Oh no, for sure. So let's go ahead, I guess, pursue our true ending, and we'll do the same thing that we did with Fairest last time. Maybe next episode we'll look at a couple of different endings and try to kind of talk about the different things they say about the narrative. For this one, let's try to remain true to pure and good action girl Mareed, and remain hidden and resist Justinian in every way.
All right, if you're sure.
And don't put that on me, my man. You are 50% of the stream.
It is up to you. Look, I chose our canonical ending for fairest.
What, Monster Girl?
Heck yeah, Monster Girl.
I mean, always Monster Girl, but all right.
You stare out of the window with bated breath, not quite able to believe your eyes. Justinian's face is twisted with the specter of anguish. He looks around, but he does not see you. He paces through the freezing aisles, clutching his coat close to his shivering shoulders as he scans the corners and the shadows. Mareed, 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 he says in a voice that is almost cracked from grief. Please, Mareed, tell me you're here. Still hiding?
Yeah, this guy sucks.
What has he done that actually sucks, though?
Poisoned an entire city?
Why would you think that? Why wouldn't it be Sir Pens?
Don't put that. His mentor is clearly the diabolical mind behind this entire mass poisoning plot, and he's going along with it.
But his mentor's the dead one. You dare not emerge, but you feel her tears welling up in your eyes. You watch as Justinian painstakingly searches the room, sometimes sobbing, sometimes begging for a sign. His hands are shaking as he struggles with the glyphs on the isolation chambers. He opens one only to find it empty and slams the door shut with a scream of frustration. Please, Mareed, please. He repeats hoarsely, please be okay. I can't lose you. I can't lose you. You are beginning to feel horrible.
Number one, we weren't feeling horrible before. Number two, what exactly have we done to make Justinian feel such passion for us? Number three, I will bet you 25 American dollars this guy is the evil one.
So you want to remain hidden? You gonna let this guy Anakin Skywalker all over this?
Are you gonna take my bet or not, motherfucker?
We have both played this game.
I feel like... Okay. We have both played this game. I am 95% sure this guy's the evil one. That said, I played this game in, late 2020? Early 2021? And I've drank a lot of gin from then now.
Fine, we'll remain hidden. He goes around the room, opening and closing each isolation chamber in turn, calling your name over and over with such despair that you can't take it any longer. You just can't. There are some things that you just have to do.
Bullshit.
Justinian, your voice is a thin thread, a whisper that must be almost inaudible from the outside the walls of your prison. But if it's a whisper, it is one with the power of a lightning bolt.
You suck, Mareed.
Justinian stands bolt upright, and his eyes widen, and he looks around madly. Mareed, he says. Mareed, is that you? Justinian, I'm here. You tap the safety release glyph, and the door opens. See, okay, I will finish this. With a hiss, the cool air rushes in, and the light and a feeling of relief like a held breath finally letting go. Justinian takes a couple steps forward and embraces you. His dirty cheeks are stained with tears. You feel weightless, with Justinian's arms wrapped around you. He is close, and he is warm, and his heart is filled with fire. A part of you notifies your conscious mind that your cheeks are burning, but the embarrassment is less somehow after you have already died once. Mareed, he murmurs almost under his breath. I've been looking everywhere for you. Do you know how insane this is? You could have died. I know, you say. I know. Listen, Mareed, it's not safe here. You need to... Justinian, listen to me. I've found the source of the contagion. It's being produced right here in this laboratory. There's a stack of research notes on the desk. You need to tell the inquest to get a team down here so that something is wrong. Justinian's demeanor has not changed. He's shown no surprise, no reaction apart from his concern. You try to pull away, but you cannot. His embrace has turned rigid. You look up, and his eyes sear into yours like dark sunsets. Justinian? Yes, Mareed? His voice is soft. Dirham, what question are we going to ask him? Are we going to ask him what's going on? Why he came here? Or if he already knows?
I want to hear his side of the story, such as it is.
So, his side of the story in general or right this minute?
Let's say general. Let's do one.
What's going on? Justinian does not reply. He just gazes at you with a terrible calmness. Why are you here? I followed Dr. Serpens, he says. I had a feeling I would find you here. You already know, don't you? Those unreadable eyes of his flicker across your face. Slowly, very slowly, he inclines his head in a nod. I do. You begin to feel something creeping in your heart. It's a kind of pain. How long have you known? Why didn't you tell me? And what else have you not told me?
I guess we can't ask Justinian to discern how hot he is, right?
We did a long time ago. If I remember right, he is slightly older. Maybe like, if I remember right, sort of like hot in that way that like you're a freshman and he's a senior.
If I were to say the phrase Killian Murphy Zaddy energy.
That is over my head. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Like, yes.
All right. Let's do so we're going to resist to the end, I think, on this run through. And then again, we will run through a couple of different endings next time and like kind of talk about this game as a whole and what the different endings mean. But we're now 4 hours into this. Let's wrap it up. And my vote is resist to the end. But again, you are half of the stream if you want to, argue against.
No. I'm all about. So what else haven't you told me?
Mm-hmm.
Oops. There's a sense of a voice in the back of your mind that has been silenced for a long time, in which you are only now able to hear. Now it's telling you something you would never wish to believe could be true. Perhaps the first time you look at Dr. Justinian, and in the other light that follows him, you see it. What else have you not told me? You say. You still aren't ready, Justinian whispers. There's so much I wanted to tell you, Mareed. If only what? There's no more warmth in his embrace, only a kind of sickening, smoldering hurt that makes you want to throw up. You shove him with such force that he lets you go, and you stumble into the cold brass of the isolation chamber at your back. He looks away. His brow is furrowed with pain, sorrow. I wish I didn't have to do this, he said. I promise, Mareed, I promise that one day you will forgive me. Justinian, what have you done? One day you will forgive me, he repeats, and then he lunges at you with a cloth in his hand. And you can't breathe, and your vision swims, and the world ceases to be but for shadows cast in flame. Day 4.
Oh, for God's sake.
The weather is cool outside, and Father is gardening. The towers of the Lake District are silvery bronze against the day. The streamers on the balcony sway with a late afternoon wind. You watch as Father reaches into the bucket and pulls out a fully grown pigeon, which struggles and twitches in his grip. Why do we have to bury the pigeons? You ask. Father turns to you and smiles warmly as he holds the scalpel in his hand. So they will make the flowers grow, he says. He slits the pigeon's throat with a quick and brutal motion, and black blood pours from the wound, staining the soil in the pot with a dark, viscous consistency of ink. Father buries the pigeon in the pot, and as he covers its body with coal black soil, you feel a fog coming over your mind and something wet and clammy pressing into you, and your head hurts. It's hard to think. Your body is numb and prickly all over. You're hungry and thirsty, and the back of your throat tastes like bitter wine. You try to move your arms and legs, only to realize they have been bound. You rock experimentally and find yourself tied to a chair. Rope bindings chafe and dig into your skin. It's dark. Very dark. But then you remember, and you force yourself to wake up so that you can see the other light. It works for you after a fashion. You see your breath swirling around in the nothingness, catching the emanations of your weakly glimmering animus. There are motes and sparks trailing from above, probably the afterimage of some ceiling light seared into the fabric of the veil. And you see him. He switches on the light. It's blinding. You reflexively squeeze your eyes shut. You feel the rhythm of his heart, the unevenness of his exhalation as he draws closer. He kneels right next to you and presses a bowl of warm porridge to your lips. Go on, comes the soft voice of Dr. Justinian. Drink up. Well,
Absolutely the fuck not.
Don't drink. You squirm in your bindings as the sludgy porridge laps against your mouth. It is warm. It smells good. It hurts to resist. You open your eyes. Justinian watches you, looking worried, almost doting. For a moment, you feel a twinge of guilt, then more painfully, a wave of sorrow. You avert your eyes and shake your head as he tries to feed you the porridge. As far as you can tell, there's nothing unusual about it. But knowing that he's the one holding the bowl is enough to take all of your appetite away. Mareed, come on, you should drink something. It's been hours. I'm gonna keep resisting it. You were about to say something, though.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, 2. Absolutely not.
You push back against him and the bowl slips. Porridge runs down your chin and congeals in clumps. The bowl tumbles down the front of your jacket and strikes the floor and breaks, sending ceramic chips spinning and translucent droplets flying. Justinian's face is stony. He bends down and picks up a fragment of the bowl. Mareed, he says quietly. Mareed. He stares at the shard in his hand for a moment, then he slowly straightens his back, stretching his neck from side to side, and he looks at you. I'm just trying to help you, he whispers. Why do you keep struggling? Why do you force yourself to suffer? Okay. Very fair.
I feel like 3 is a trap. I feel like 3 is going to lead us straight into the arms of the enemy to lover hero. Um, I would vote either 1 or 2 with a slight preference to 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, 1 is less important than.
Well, 1 is important in that it helps us get out of this. 2 is, hey man, what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why have you tied me to a chair? Mareed, he pauses. You must understand that I take no pleasure in doing this. I wish that I did not have to treat you like a common asylum patient. But you are not ready. I know that you hate me, Mareed. You must hate me after what I have done. But if I were to let you go free, you would run at the first opportunity. You would undermine everything that I have worked to accomplish. He looks at you with a fire in his eyes. I can't let that happen. All right, let's do 1.
Yep.
Where have you taken me? Justinian sighs. You watch the particles of his breath swirl dispassionately in the air. You're safe, Mareed, he says. If you must know, we're still in the channel works. Not far from where I knocked you out. But this time, Dr. Serpens will not find you. The quarantine enforcers will not find you. Here, we're in a safe space where no one will break down your door or hurt you or threaten you again. I would feel safer if you let me go, you say. What's your exclamation?
The assassin did say specifically that her boss said not to go after you, etc., etc., but I'm still confused as to why this dreamboat romance protagonist is so enamored of us.
I just thought that you were college, like... I just got the feeling that, like, you kind of knew each other in passing in college and, like, maybe you had a drunken hookup at, like, a bad frat party.
But this, as all of us who have attained the ripe old age of 30 know, a drunken college hookup with someone who thinks you're an ingenue, or vice versa, with someone you think is an ingenue, is not a signifier of a lasting romantic love, for God's sake.
Yeah, I guess not.
But also, this is not, as the kids say, no smoke. This is how the narrative goes. The villain is revealed to be someone you thought was trustworthy, as happens in life many, many times. The question in my mind is why exactly we want him. But that's up to Mareed and Justinian. They're not entirely us. They're their own characters in this story.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely, like, history there that isn't explicit. But also, I kind of agree that, like, it makes this stuff weaker to not, like, understand it from a character perspective.
It feels unearned.
Yeah.
I'll draw a comparison to your romance in Choice of Robots with Karen, I believe, your grad school classmate, where over the course of the story, your relationship with her evolves to a point where she can be your enemy, your bestie, a casual acquaintance, or your lifelong lover. Justinian and Mareed have not had that opportunity to breathe.
Yeah. Because, like, whatever it was in the past, and, like, there was, like, obviously some, like, break time in there.
Some mutual crushing.
Yeah, but like they're because I think they said like explicitly that they hadn't seen each other for like a little bit. But let's do did you do it, Justinian? Did you kill all those people? The air is heavy in the chamber, the rope bindings like leaden weights upon your skin. You can hear Justinian's quiet breathing, feel the labored pulse of your own heartbeat, and how the contractions and releases mark the passage of the hours. Did you do it, Justinian? You ask very softly. Did you kill all those people? Justinian turns away from you and begins to pace. His eyes are dark, his hands are trembling. He is searching for the right words, like a lyrist trying to grasp the pain in his heart. Oh, maybe lyricist.
Lyrist? No, but it's liar. Whatever.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be lyricist. Do you remember the Physicians' College? He murmurs. Not so long ago when we were young and foolhardy and thought we could learn the origins of life. When we believed we could change the world. He turns around and gazes in the distance. He sighs. He begins again. His voice is quieter now, drawn tightly like a bowstring. The Physicians' College lied to us, Mareed. We were fools. Think, Mareed. Humor me for a moment. We are both the apprentices of doctors. We've seen death aplenty. How many times has Dr. Cavalli succeeded? And how many times has she failed? How many patients of yours have slipped away, no matter how much you tried to save them? His gloved hands ball into fists. Do you want to know the truth, Mareed? Let me tell you the truth. The truth is that death will happen with or without us. By illness, by injury, by old age, it hardly matters. The truth is that all our reason, all our years of learning, they are nothing in the face of death. We cannot change the world. We cannot even save lives. All we do, Mareed, is lie to ourselves. All we do is prolong the suffering, the uncertainty, before the fire and light of existence turn to ash. There are tears glistening in Justinian's eyes, but his gaze does not waver as he speaks to you. You find that you cannot look away. Listen to me, Mareed, he says. For 4 years we have known each other. You know me. You know that I am a principled man and educated in the ars vitalis. I've sworn to do no harm. I've always upheld reason. And I know you, Mareed. I know that you see what others do not. I know that you have experienced more loss than anyone. Mareed, you are the one person who could possibly understand what I relate to you now. I tell you this because I trust you, and I know you, and I love you. I love you, Mareed. I always have. So listen to me. Listen to me when I say that there is no use going in circles, trying and trying, only to fail and fail again. Listen to me when I say that something has to change. That is why we have to do away with the old, and we have to tear out the rot, and we have to act. You asked me, Mareed, if I killed those people. I didn't answer your question because you weren't ready. I never told you because perhaps deep down, I always knew that it would come to this, with one of us tied to a chair. But now, Mareed, now you know. Now I have told you the truth, and perhaps now you will understand when I tell you the answer to your question. I killed those people, Mareed. I found Dr. Arturus' weapon, and I brought it back from the grave. And now it is my scalpel to wield. No one can fight death, Mareed. That is why it is the only thing with the power to change the world. Justinian grips your shoulders and gazes at you, and you feel like you're about to cry. Oh, there is a lot of options here, J-Ram. What do we want to even go down?
This is so good. I would vote 4. Let's start big and then narrow down.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, this is an exceedingly long stream, but we've gotten to day 4.
We'll cut it down for the YouTube. It's fine.
Not even. Look, I honestly just put like 8 videos on YouTube. I put all of mine Forever Voyaging on there, except for the first stream where I was just like wandering around being like, this is interesting. All right, why did you start the epidemic? Justinian puts his hands in his pockets and looks in the distance. I thought you might ask that question, he says. Let me ask you a question in return. Mareed, have you ever wondered why the people of the shanty quarter suffer? They're good people, hard-working people. Their hands are just as able as yours or mine. So why do they still starve? Why do they languish without homes, without jobs, without even the pity of the Council of Works to protect them? The truth is that there is no place for them here. The Channel Works district has no room for them. Furopolis has no room for them. There is an upper limit to the number of people that can be made to live in one space. You glare at Justinian, and the epidemic is your way of culling them? Justinian's face hardens and his voice becomes humorless. Because he was humorful before? Don't get me wrong, Mareed. I don't enjoy killing. I never have. But do you remember what I said? Death will happen with or without us. The people in the shanty quarter will die with or without me. The only question is, should they be made to bear a lifetime of suffering first, scrounging for scraps and inflicting the same burden on generations of children? Should their descendants be forced to suffer because we couldn't imagine an alternative? With Noctis, we have a choice. They have a way out. And it pains me to say this, but killing them may be the only moral choice. Even an atrocity such as this may be justified if it averts countless lifetimes of suffering. That is why I'm doing this, Mareed. I'm killing them, yes, but I am euthanizing them. I am setting them free. I want to ask about Raiden.
I mean, yeah.
Why did you kill Raiden? Raiden? You must mean the drunkard. Justinian places his hands on its hips and starts to pace. He was an unfortunate casualty. He kept coming to the outflow of the channel works. He tripped our alarm sigils. At first I believed he had discovered something. In the end, we decided to let him drink in peace. But we were careless. One of our Noctis tanks sprung a leak. You recall the thin black strand that led you from Raiden's haunt to the storage room. Justinian lowers his eyes. It was a hairline fracture. I didn't notice it until it was too late. By then, he had already been exposed. Then, Raiden's death was an accident? Justinian folds his arms. I would have taken more precautions in hindsight. Perhaps he didn't deserve to die. But I knew the risk when I set out to do this. If a few accidents are the cost of changing the world, so be it.
Yeah, but you didn't factor in contagion, you numb fuck. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, alright. I don't really care about, Creditor Nakarat and the thugs.
I mean, this is a classic murder mystery in that all the pieces do fit together, and Chin Kee Yong has crafted a really good murder mystery. Let's indulge them and see how all the pieces go.
Yeah, totally. Why did you kill Creditor Nakarat and the thugs? Why? Justinian looks almost surprised. Mareed, you've been all over the Channel Works district. You know the Greater Corindia Trading Company, don't you? They're criminals, Mareed. They're parasites. They're the worst aspects of society congealed into a tumor. They don't kill people with biological weapons. Marie, Dr. Artoris was in debt to them. Justinian's eyes flash. You weren't there, Marie. You don't know what they did, what they were capable of. Scum like that don't deserve to even breathe the same air as us. When I needed test subjects for Noctis, I didn't have to think twice. Nakarat and his goons were the first ones to die because I knew the Channelworks district would be a better place without them.
Oh, fuck. This is almost exactly parallel to the Everart narrative in Disco Elysium. In this house, we stand a morally complicated narrative about murder for the best world.
Why did you kill Dr. Artoris? Justinian's face darkens and he turns away. Artoris. He gazes contemplatively at his hands. I held him in a high regard. I believed in his ideals. He was the best pathologist in Furopolis, I'm certain. Perhaps the best in the world. His jaw tightens. I wish he had understood. What he had on his hands, a weapon that could topple nations. A power that could change things for the better. But he didn't see it that way. All he saw when he looked at Noctis was a tool of destruction. Maybe he was right, you say. He was wrong. Justinian clenches his fists. He was wrong and he was deluded. Trapped in the past. Death is not an end, Marie. It is a means. A tilling of the soil for a new beginning. We could have done so much. He exhales. I tried to reason with him, he finishes. But he was too set in his ways. And you killed him for that? There was no other way. His voice is quiet. There was nothing else I could have done. He would have ended the plan before it started, destroyed his own creation after I had spent so long following in his footsteps. I couldn't let that happen. I had to make him look like another victim. You gaze at Justinian. If I don't agree with you, will you kill me too? He looks away and does not reply.
Keep going.
Why did the assassin try to kill me and Dr. Kavala? Carnicer. Justinian clenches his fists. She was out of line. I told her specifically that you were not to be harmed, but she took matters into her own hands. Why, you whisper, why send her? Justinian shakes his head. I never had a choice. If I could have resolved this any other way. After Dr. Artoris, I realized that you and Dr. Kavala were the only remaining obstacles to my plan. Dr. Kavala is too paranoid, too set in her ways, like Artoris was. Given time, she would realize what was happening and formulate a cure. And all of this, he sweeps his hand across the room, all my plans would have been for nothing. So you sent an assassin after her? There was no other option. His voice is strained. Know that feeling. Negotiating with her was too risky. A bomb or poison would have put you in danger. I thought that hiring a hitman was the best solution. I didn't account for Carnicer's unprofessionalism, her cruelty. Had I known that she would go after you, I would have killed her myself. How much does Dr. Serpens know? Dr. Serpens is my accomplice, Justinian says. He's helped misdirect the authorities to manage the logistics of transmission. He's the kind of person you need on your side when performing an operation on this scale. How should I say this? He exhales. I wish I didn't have to work with him. Dr. Serpens is an evil man. He sees this as a cruel game, an opportunity to protect his masterpiece in spite of the cancellation of his project. I can only hope that I have turned his cruel impulses towards a more productive cause. Change the subject. What will you do with me now?
I'm gonna take a little bit of a walk right now, bear with me. There is, in the recent Amazon adaptation of The Tick, a great scene where the incomparable Jackie Earle Haley, who plays a menacing villain. Pardon me. I don't mean menacing villain in the Saturday cartoon special sense. I mean in the genuinely scary guy sense, who has been dropped into a Saturday cartoon. Says, "You got me monologuing." And I think that's this moment. Every writer has two goals. They want to write a Gollum Smeagol scene, and they want to write a really good scene.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been just like already enjoying that with Nethergate, where it's like, oh man, you're just like building up to that. Justinian takes a long moment to reply. The light flickers a little. "I don't know," he says. He takes a couple of steps forward, placing his hand on the backrest of your chair. He gazes at the wall behind you. He begins, "I've told you everything now. I've laid myself bare to you. Now you see the full magnitude of what I've been fighting for, what I have sacrificed everything to accomplish. The other doctors could never understand. They could not know what a terrible thing it is that has to be done. But you, Mareed, you're different. I know you are. I know you can see things differently. And perhaps you too will know and understand the truth. One day we may even..." He trails off and shakes his head. "It doesn't matter. I don't expect you to understand me now, Mareed. But I know that you will understand, too, in the end, that this is the best way, the only way." The man you once knew walks back around to the front of your chair, and he gazes quietly into your eyes. "You understand why I'm doing this, Mareed, don't you?" It's too much. It's all too much. You're hungry, you're exhausted, you have been streaming for 4.5 hours, and you feel like a hollow and broken and dead thing inside. The weight that is now pressing upon you, that Justinian has forced upon you, is too much to bear. You try to imagine the hundreds of lives, the thousands of lives that Justinian has snuffed. You look at him and you see in his anemic wake 10,000 skulls weeping black tears. You feel lightheaded. You feel like you cannot move. You cannot breathe. Your pendant weighs on your heart like a stake, and you can feel your blood rushing in your ears, thumping, congealing like a tumor. You close your eyes. You block out the image of Justinian and you try to breathe. It helps a little. "Justinian," you say, "stop, please." He's very quiet. He does not make a move as you take deep breaths, as you tremble in your seat and you try to regain your composure. "I'm sorry, Mareed," he says, his voice low. "You weren't ready. I should have waited." You open your eyes and he is walking away, his head bowed. He does not look at you, as though he cannot bear to see you in such pain. "You need time to think," he says. "I understand. I won't rush you. Take as long as you need." "Justinian, I'll be back for you. He places his hand on the light switch. I have things to do now, but I will come back for you. I'll be back, Marie. I promise. You gaze at him mutely, your heart pounding, your thoughts a disastrous jumble. You open your mouth, but you find that you have nothing to say. Justinian looks at you one last time, sadly, silently, and then switches off the light. Your world collapses into darkness. At last you find your voice. Justinian. But he is already gone. Further and further his footsteps echo until they too melt and vanish into the pitiless silence. And you are alone. Oof.
Yeah. Here's a challenge that I have. I'm not exactly sure how far we are from the end. I would have sworn on a stack of Bibles that the confrontation with Justinian was the end game. Shall we compose ourselves and try to push on? It has also been 3.5 hours. We could wrap this up in 30 minutes next time, talk about it for a bit, and do a short one.
I am looking at the Club Floyd transcript right now. I am looking at the Club Floyd transcript now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I found it. Oof.
Oh boy.
I don't know how many endings they went for or something, but
How far is the browser bar down on the page?
it is a lot of well, there's 2 more times that compose is used on the page.
Oh, Christ almighty. Yeah.
Cool, we're doing one more week of this.
Surprise! It's a quadrilogy, motherfuckers!
Cool. Save. We're going to start from cry or try to compose yourself.
Same, Marid. Same.
So this is a good time to we're as much as I am enjoying this and all of that, and I feel bad for changing Justinian's voice 4 times now. At least I have Dr. Cavala's voice stuck in my head.
Ratio pretty locked and solid. The rest of the cast, you know what, is great. Wait, that sounded sarcastic. It was not. Actually, I meant that was genuinely great. I'm sorry. I will never, ever, ever, ever discourage you from doing character voices.
Oh, no. It's...
ABCD. Always be character voicing.
The entire point of this is so that I do character voices and actually like have both like a live audience to have to do it to, and like, no, I've got, putting these things on YouTube. I'm like saving the videos on demand. Like, It's awesome though, because I put so many YouTubes up and had to like actually watch some of them to be like, wait, is this like part 1 or part 2? And it was actually really awesome to like find some older ones and be like, oh no, this actually like sounds good. Like, I need a pop filter, but other than that, like, yeah, this sounds better than the first ones that I did. And like, yeah, I'm reading like a lot more. But yeah, we on here, things that I want you, JRAM, to
Yes,
take a
sir.
look at that's on YouTube. Um, do new stuff. I want you. The audio is not great, but the actual game rules. You find yourself in a room. It's the shortest video that we have at 30 minutes. I want you to check that one out.
What, Isle or Shade?
No, no. You find yourself in a room.
Okay, nice. I'm in.
It's it is a flash game, but it's a parser based flash game.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
There are a couple of them. It was the first time that I did audio for something that I actually saved, and the audio is not the best, but the actual game itself absolutely worth it.
Very good.
And then I have the full run of Hypnospace Outlaw on there, and the full run of A Mind Forever Voyaging on there. And Her Story I uploaded. And Mu Complex was actually really, really cool too. That was like a it's another Flash game, and it was all console based. So it was like navigating files and things like that.
Ooh. That sounds like my shit.
Yeah, I procrastinated really badly today and uploaded a bunch of videos.
It is an eternal thorn in the side of my soul that we didn't get to experience Hypnospace together. It's so good. It. So, we will save all of my observations for a future stream. I am going to go have some water, eat some dinner, go
Oh
to
man,
bed.
yeah, you gotta eat before these. I know you're a
Eh,
couple hours before, but like,
it's fine. Um,
I am too boggled to try and find a particularly like cool new raid target. Chubo's raid is doing stuff. I hope he's got some weird stuff for us. Thank you, as always, JRM. Thank you for doing this with me. This is always super, super fun. So,
it brings joy to my. In fact, it adds a weight